take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. If you want more, we let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move, where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. Put your hands up if you want more. We let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move, where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a
the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. I'm your host, Neptura, and we are joined by Highland Wolf this evening. We have got lots of action coming up for you guys, courtesy of the Kachi Shop. Kachi Shop is, of course, a trusted platform for topping up your game accounts, so get you your UC for your PUBG Mobile account. With them, it is cheaper, faster, and safer, and great deals are guaranteed on those game top-ups. So if you want to top up your loot, better get over there right away. Just like we're getting into these games ASAP. It looks like we're going to have a really exciting day 2 of Group A loading up as we speak. Highland, how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. It's been a long time, I feel like, since I've been on a desk, and I'm super excited to get back, quite frankly, and to get to experience PUBG Mobile in the 2023 season. I mean, what better way, I think, and to open it up with, I think, 6 exciting games, 16 teams that I've never seen before. Yeah. So hopefully everyone's as excited as I am watching from home.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to have such a blast. You're in for such a treat. We have had an amazing few teams as they come up on screen now. Amazing few teams coming in here today in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams looking spicy, but the ones in Group A that we'll be playing with will be Rise of Queens, S2G Esports, Gemi Bassi Esports, Ozrock Esports, Rise Divas, Rook Eternal, Armed Family, and Livion Eternity in the rest as well.
Yeah, Group B, we did see yesterday, and we will be seeing again tomorrow, Galatasaray, Besiktas, Nexria Esports, Respect Esports, Sly Machine, Dagestan 77 Dreamcore, Team 812, KYS Inferno, Liquid 5 Esports, Infinite, Virtual Gaming Squad, of course the Gangster Girls, Call 911, ARG Angels, Kanad Badam, and Bonfire Esports Female are all in there as well. So looking very, very spicy indeed, Highland.
Yeah, indeed, as well as the rest of our Group A, should I mention, is Game Law Sirens, Humble Dolls, Black Light, Fate Esports, VS Teams, Far Voice Gaming, KSA Ladies, and Nexus Girls. But it's about this prize pool and the breakdown of the format here, Neptura, is what we're looking at. And of course, the top 3 teams will go through to all the way to the finals later on in March. And the bottom 3 vote in our phase 1 at the end of our group stage will be eliminated. The rest, of course, in between those 2 ends, will have to fight it out in phase 2 to make it further in onto the finals and try to earn that 4,200k UC.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive prize pool there. And tell you what, these girls are really, really working hard. We got a few teams really fighting for that top 3 position. But of course, like you said, not to worry if you don't make it into those top 3 spots, because you got phase 2 as your second chance. And it's a little bit longer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, slightly longer as well. I mean, as well, you have to mention that there is only 3 days, right, in this phase 1. So
Yes.
teams do have to make sure they're getting these points on board, because if they want to go to that top 3 spot, they've got to really work at every single map. And these maps are going to be the same every single day. 6 games to play, starting off with a wrangle, and we're going to end it all the way at the end with Sandhawk. So the action's still staying right at the very end of the night.
It really is. I mean, we expected that. We assumed that that was going to be the case. But I mean, the girls have really taken it to another level with that last Sandhawk map. And we have been seeing a little bit of a trend going on over the groups of the first half of the game is just continued escalation of intensity. And then we get right back into match 4 with this new level of aggression and readiness and ready to fight. And then Sandhawk is just another thing completely. So it's really, really been an exciting couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, 5 matches is usually the standard in the past, and now moving to 6 matches, right, it is going to be slightly difficult, I think, for these teams still to maintain that focus through all of these 6 games, especially considering Miramar, Sandhawk to end out the night. But I think these girls have got it in them to do just that. And as you say, with the changes in the points too for the 2023 season, where it's now much more focused on eliminations, right, than those placement points, should we say.
Yeah, it really is. It's been such a joy to watch this kind of shift happen amongst lots of teams all over the place. They're really starting to adapt so quickly. I mean, we're just starting on the new season of 2023 and they're already doing so much. It's incredible to watch them adapt to all this.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen games before, right, looking at day 1, day 2 of these groups, and we saw 14, 15 eliminations. I mean, the biggest game that we had from this group in day number 1 was actually Erangel and Game Lord Sirens. They showed up really big, actually, in that game. And I think it's a trend, though, even though they had that massive game, a few of these teams are on the same bus as them, where, yes, they have 1 or 2 standout games, but it's a consistency that I want to see from all of these teams tonight to see if they can keep getting points, not just in one game, but throughout all of them, right?
Right, absolutely, yeah, totally. It is something that a couple of teams have still to get a little bit of a hang on. We have seen a couple of them, kind of struggle a little bit. But what's so nice about the, every other day format that we've got going on is those teams can have a full day to just chill and regroup and rethink how they're going to go forward with this. So I'm hoping to see a big switch up in some of these teams and see where that leaderboard has us at the end of the night.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well. There are those teams at the bottom that we're looking, such as Ozarox, and then you've also got KSA Ladies, but you've got to also look at the top end of that spectrum. And there, I mean, Rise Diva is already 58 points and very close, even tied with that second place of Gemi Bassi Esports. So starting even off in our first map here, coming up on Erangel, I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to fare, because the top end of this leaderboard is quite tight, actually, Natura.
It is. It really is. It's very tight indeed. And it wasn't tight. Of course, it's not going to be tight at the very beginning of the match. It was day 1 last time these girls played. But, we had Rise Divas with their back-to-back win that got them enough points that even though they kind of didn't do as well in those next 4 games, they were able to maintain it. But that's not going to cut it tonight. These teams are now fully warmed up in this tournament. They know exactly where they're supposed to be going. And honestly, they need to start doing a little more if they want to keep up there, because they're tied. They're tied, and Gemi Bassi were looking really, really good in the last half of it. So I'm hoping that we can continue to see that kind of strength come through from them.
Yeah, I mean, even S2G, right, was another one of these teams who were looking at the standings, and they kind of started off slow. And I was surprised, because S2G are an organization that I've at least casted before in Arabia. I've watched them. We've watched them as well, just in the PMGC. And now to see actually them with the ladies team struggle at the start of the day, it was nice to see them show up towards the end of the day. But yet they've got to kind of have that start of the day points coming in too, to make sure they're staying in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, S2G. It was a bit of a surprise for us as well. Kind of looking at them and going, well, this is not usual for them. They're usually a very, very aggressive
Right.
team. So it was nice to see them kind of bounce back to where we're used to seeing them at the end of the day. So again, another one of those teams I'm really hoping are really gonna push through today.
Yeah, I think looking at the rest of the teams, it all seems quite similar in terms of also Rise of Queens, right? We're another one of those teams who I think I've looked at and we kind of seen that they seem to have those eliminations points. They used to have that aggression in them. Is there also other teams you're looking at on top of these kind of four that we've already mentioned that you're expecting to maybe show up today in terms of eliminations and getting that blood?
Honestly, yes. I see Game Lord, usually very, very strong team, as well as I'm just looking at my little my list here. Just looking as well at Far Voice Gaming, another very strong team coming into day one. So I'm hoping to see that continue. Of course, we have to mention Rise of Queen. They were the champions of season
Yeah.
one, so they're coming in here with a lot of expectation. They're here to keep that title for themselves and for them today as well.
Yeah, very close, right? Them in fourth position, just
Yes.
7 points behind that top spot where actually Rise and Gimme Bassi are both sat. And there was some other teams that I thought was interesting to look back at the day number one, right? When we were saying in the past of the broadcast, Fate Esports were one of those teams, right? Where they were very slow to get off the mark. I mean, 4 games, right? First 4 matches, 0 points. Then they come in, game 5, game 6, they suddenly get up to 21 points just in those 2 games alone. Imagine if they took that through all of those other 4 games. They would also be at the top of those standings. So
wouldn't they just?
it's up to them to see if they can get a bit more.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm hoping there's a lot of similar teams there that you just want to see a little. Sometimes it's a lot more, sometimes it's a little bit more, just to keep that consistency. Those points, because you can see the potential in all of them. They all are such good teams, so it really hurts to see teams kind of being a little bit more slow, but hey, it's day 2, and I'm sure we'll see a much different or just a bigger mentality coming through here for day 2. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, also even day 2 coming in from the first day and seeing initial expectations for Sandhawk, right? Because Sandhawk was always a map that I think is going to be aggressive. But Natura, it was quite aggressive considering to the extent the eliminations were farmed up compared to some of those other maps.
Yes, it was, and I mean, Sandhawk is always going to be a little bit more of a aggressive map anyway. It's smaller, it's harder, it's more random at times, but man, it was insane. And talk of insane, that first Erangel I think was really surprising as well. We were not expecting that level straight out of the gate, and they just came in and performed. So I'm hoping Group A have got the same sort of storyline for us today, because that would be amazing. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, heading into Erangel, right, initial expectations, there are some teams I'm looking at here, and they do seem to kind of be where my eyes are set. So Rise Divas, as you said, coming out the gate, they were the ones that really came out with 2 wins, game 1 and game 2. I'm interested to see, can they keep that up? Because there were some other high contenders. We were looking at Humble Dolls, also Gemi Bassi, as we do jump in to that first game of tonight.
Yes, don't we just? Yeah, and we're going to be seeing those teams soaring across the skies. But yeah, there's a few teams I've really got my eye on. There's, Rise of Queens, we did just mention them. Rook as well, another kind of slow team to start off with, but a lot of really, really good players that were well-known characters of the 2022 season in Rook. So I'm looking forward to seeing them step up a little bit. They did get that 1 win, and they're up to 6th place. So what can they do with that? Because honestly, they're only 18 points behind number 1, and in these kinds of games, that is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, in these types of games, it really is 1 game's the difference for 18 points. So get a couple of elimination points, you get that chicken dinner on board too, and you're right up there with the rest. It is an interesting playing path as well, very complementary to the first zone, right down the middle, allowing these teams as well to kind of go exactly where they want to go, wherever that is. But then the zone actually shifting slightly more towards that northeasterly side. So I'm interested to see if it's going to maintain itself around that hillside. maybe a bit of foreshadowing a caster curse, but could be interesting to see if these teams have to navigate that Stalber Hill, of course.
I would love to see that. I have been waiting for a Stalber Hill since season 1. I think we got a little bit of one in season 1, just like, and not yet for season 2. So I am ready for that. I love that zone.
Yeah, it's also really tricky, keep in mind. I mean, also, this initial phase looks a little bit tricky for the side of Ozorox, as they have been spotted by Nexus girls. A little bit of a push coming through from Infinity and the rest, trying to close in on that gap that Ozorox are trying to make for themselves. In the space, shrinking a little bit. But Infinity, just kind of losing up for now. I don't think they want to fully engage, just letting themselves be known.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the right decision, really. If you aren't confident that you are going to be able to get that win very, very early on, it doesn't make sense to take those early fights. It's way, way too risky. Nexus have some good spots, actually, some great angles coming through here, but there's just too much cover that's too distant between the two teams. There's too much distance there. So they could try and get 1 or 2 kills, but at this point in time, although Bunny going down might influence things.
Yeah, I mean, Bunny, if they do go down, that could be one. But Nexus girls, they grab away the first knock initially. Bunny has gone down. It's a 1-for-1, but where the rest here of Ozorox? Because they aren't to be seen, and it's already Sally going to be straight on out of it. If they're just going to sacrifice one, Bunny will be revived. So it's a net 1 elimination point so far for Nexus.
It is indeed, yeah. I mean, I suppose, yeah, that's the thing you got to do. That player down there was not going to be able to get back up. She had that smoke going. That was her only real chance, and she didn't end up using that. And so that is kind of what happened. That's where you got to be so careful in how you place yourself. And I'm sure it was just a little bit of a spread, but they've gotten surprised here by Nexus jumping in on them. And now they're not even in church. They're just gone.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. They don't want to obviously be pushed by Nexus girls. They could extend that fight a little bit longer. Keep in mind also that it was the side of Ozorox that used, as you say, a lot of utility, those smokes, those nades early on. So we really want to get back to that looting phase and make sure that they've got enough space and distance to do so away from Nexus themselves. As well, Armed Family here, looking around Fate, I don't expect them to engage though themselves. Roshawk is a little bit more tricky to engage around in the town and the city itself. It is slightly easier, you could also argue in some way, to get from building to building from this distance, but to make that push, the hillside, that encampment with the warehouse there that Fate have controlled for themselves, is going to be very difficult to push in.
Well, it absolutely can. It's just so open, and there's too much going against you as the offense player going up there. It's too open. There's too much cover for the team inside it. It's too high. All of the things. Roshawk itself, I love Roshawk. It's a great spot to have. But definitely, if you've got one team up there and then you're down there, don't try. Don't, get a couple of knocks, maybe, if you can get like 2 knocks, but it's such a difficult thing to do. You got to have a really good hold on where the zone is going.
Well, I mean, for us, they could try for us, because for the viewer and for the commentator here behind the screen, we love it when they just go in and fight. We love it when they just jump in, guns blazing, to 4v4. I mean, not how you get the points, so it's a problem. Unfortunately, aggression doesn't always equal success.
That is true, unfortunately, because, man, if it did, we would be doing that all the time.
I would be a champion already.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, just got Vias over here on that rotation, though. And a good rotation, I mean, when you have kind of a hard shift like that, yeah, it's first zone. It's going to be a big zone still to be in. But, it's a bit of a hard, could still take that hard shift to the north, so you got to get those early rotations in. So that is what we're seeing a lot of teams actually end up doing, particularly those to the south, which could mean it's going to get pretty congested over in Pachinki.
Yeah, I'm really looking towards this kind of area of Pachinki right now, and where Gemi Bassi right now are. Also in Yasnaya, Polyana, and this area too is, I think, really core for Gemi Bassi right now, and based on where that zone has gone, because you're really wanting to control the side, as you can see, of the Asnaya fields, of teams coming in. If you can hold these teams off and keep them in the fields or keep them in the hills outside, it's a lot easier to try to control this city and keep them at distance from being able to come in with those buggies. But because they weren't having all of the manpower on that one side, you can see they are very split, Gemi Bassi. They're not able to fully hold actually the rest of Humble Dolls, and actually as a result, now Humble have moved in, and they will also maintain a little bit of the edge of this compound too.
Yeah, I mean, and let's just talk about the pressure that puts on Gemi Bassi there. I mean, it is very slight, you know, it's they don't have a hold on the actual city itself. Gemi Bassi still have that for them. They've just to put themselves on the very edge, and what that will do to you mentally of that kind of pressure of it limits you now. You're no longer free to do as you like within the confines of your city because somebody is there. Somebody has those. It becomes much harder, even just subconsciously. You kind of go, oh, there is somebody there. There is somebody there, and it kind of chokes you a little bit. So it's a great play from Humble, even in its how passive it is, just because of the pressure that puts now onto Gemi Bassi.
And it's down, I think, to Gemi Bassi to really control that pressure, and it's about kind of closing that circle that they've got for themselves. So kind of relieving the pressure that they're outputting on this kind of dead side of Yasnaya Polyana, where there are no players currently. As well, with the playing path, right, it's very unlikely that teams will have been dropping that late on. They will have been able to spot them early on if they had been around that area too from the parachute. So Gemi probably well aware that they need to kind of push members now in towards Humble and try to stop them engaging further. And actually Humble surprisingly have moved away, so it did look like on the off screen they did get caught actually, and they will lose that one initial player of Kiki. So surprisingly Humble maybe weren't more willing to pressure for that fight, considering it Gemi Bassi were quite split initially.
Right, yeah, and I think that probably comes down to just a little bit of a lack of info. They weren't able to really assess how split Gemi Bassi actually were. So they've had to very quickly make a decision that saves the team, and unfortunately Kiki is going to fall victim to that. But they've still got that little spot up there on that cliff, but I see on that mini-map they have decided to move out as the zone comes in. So yeah, it's most likely no longer going to be a good spot for them. If Gemi Bassi have to move in now, then that's going to mean that they will get pinched between that team and the cliffside. So probably a better move to go out there anyway.
Yeah, and unfortunately, their fate as well, going to lose a player's aren't family, just going to find them on the edge of the hill, taking the bicycle up to see what loot they can grab for themselves. And as well, if you too want great deals on game top-ups with Catchy Shop, make sure to go visit them on the link in the description too. But Armed Family, they're going to get themselves this hill. They're going to make sure that they've got their eyes on the rest of this Roshawk, and really a crucial point for this first phase zone is going to be that hillside, and then even the bridge, you could argue, of Roshawk too, where you've got kind of just past that north side of the bridge, those ridge lines and the little bits of dips that you can hide between, you could control on the hillside to other teams coming in from the south. So it also could be a location that maybe teams will look towards if the zone does continue in phase 2, phase 3 here to move further in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say I adore that little Roshawk Hill area that Armed Family just grabbed for themselves. It is so good. And with that zone placement, that just that minimap as well, they've got the perfect gatekeep opportunity and so much rotation paths, so many actually, to use and to confront and get those third-party kills, which is some of my favorite strategies in game.
Yeah, I mean, even here though, Favoris holding in to that Roshawk warehouse for now. Elsewhere though, Blacklight also kind of looking to take the fight versus here. Not looking like they really want to. Maybe just a bit of scouting going on between them here and Livion. Livion though have been spotting this rogue member, and Malik now on the foot, moving closer into the compound. I think they could just push us a little bit more. I'm not sure why. Yeah, they're waiting so long. There we go. They get the angles and they get the 2. And Livion, again, a little bit split from these teams. And I'm a bit curious to see this early stages, right? Teams maybe wanting to fight versus the idea of looting and then engaging onto teams as well, defending their compounds. And because teams maybe aren't decisive as one whole, they're losing these players in the back, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely probably one of those components going into it. I think maybe the plan there was kind of to get this split either side of the road, up on that hill and then down on the gas station as well, try and bait some rotating teams through potentially. But I think perhaps they underestimated just how busy that overhill area actually gets, and they weren't prepared for that onslaught of a team right behind them. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was well played, though, to also Blacklight being able to come in that pincer, instantly take down both of those players at the same time. So the coordination is there from Blacklight, and that's something that we really want to see from these teams, especially in this first phase coming into the later stages of the tournament, developing themselves as a team if they've not fully done so already, and kind of gaining that synergy in the fights, which is great. As you can see, even also on this phase 2, phase 3 has now shrunk in towards that kind of north end of Severny, so you are looking at towards the even more northern side of that Roshawk Hills that we're talking about, coming onto that roadside. There are a few hills there, but realistically you're kind of looking towards that shooting range hill itself, just on the western end of that zone. Could be very valuable for those teams to get the information set up, but also the high ground versus these squads. However, it is on the edge though of that phase 3, so it could move away.
It could indeed. It's always fun to kind of see where these teams are starting to tip themselves, because you get an idea of what everybody's thinking. So a majority of the teams often will go west side. You know, from that now we can see that everybody thinks that the zone's going to go west, and it generally does. So it's a really interesting kind of look into how these girls are communicating, how they are planning, thinking ahead, and what their zone prediction skills are, which is also like a really fun little aspect of the game that we get to see up here on the desk. But it looks like S2G have foregone the openness of those hills onto the east side, and they're coming straight into town. Interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, Severny is the centre of his zone. I think there's a little bit of a false front though in Severny, where these teams could come in early, right, and then they get trapped inside Severny if there's a wide shift. So it is comfortability for the stage 3, stage 4-esque period, but phase 5, phase 6 is going to heat up even faster, and these teams may find themselves if that zone shifts down south, or it shifts away from Severny down towards the eastern side. So they do have to be aware of that, and they have to make sure they've got that out point too. Whereas Severny, it is also on the low ground. That's something that also could be maybe a deficit for these teams. However, Rise Divas, they have given a little bit more space to S2G, saying that in terms of the compound itself, and it is now up to them. Are they going to be aggressive, or are we going to see a little bit of this laid back kind of holding away from the fights until later on?
I kind of feel with Rise Divas, I feel like they are going to be going a little bit more on the quiet side. I don't think they're going to risk a potential holding of the area in stage 3, unless they feel directly threatened by S2G. As you were saying, you know, they might be blocking their exit point out of the city if the zone does go south. Unless they feel directly threatened by that, I don't think Rise Divas are the team to actually just go for it. Oh no. Yeah,
but yes, they seem to have been put aflame. They're very low, all of them. No. They're falling down. Reams found one, they found them all. They don't even need to do any more. Gala's got the rest of them. And KSA Ladies, they're going to be the first out of the game. 2 eliminations already straight to VS. And an unfortunate turn of events. I think Fate even had a little bit of an eye on one of those elimination points too, judging the VS only have 2 elimination points so far. So unfortunate times for KSA. Got to see what we can do later on. But Fate maybe aren't quite done just yet. They did keep an eye on the rest of Blacklight there, and they won't pursue it, but they do know that there are members wrapping around the sides and will get in the vehicle, reroute themselves closer in on that zone. You can see very far away from that next shift.
Yeah, that's a tough one for all of these southern teams. about to get very, very busy. But I tell you what, who is just loving this is Rook. And a little bit of Far Voice Gaming, but Rook right in the center of that. Rise Queens, we've got to be careful of them. They're starting to spread out. They're starting to try and control a little bit of that northern zone. If teams allow them to do that now, I could see a very high chance of them actually taking the whole thing, because this kind of split that they got going is the winning mentality I've seen from them before. And they're here to win this now.
Yeah, Rise of Queens actually as well have a great position here, just coming in on the northern side. There's a couple of hill lines. There's a little bit of high ground that you can use towards the north coming out of Severny. I would like to see them push maybe a bit more of the players over towards that hillside, a little to the east into the entrance of Stalber Hill itself, rather than try to control both Severny and that hill. But you can see that they've got an idea going on. Unfortunately, though, Rise Divas are also here, and it is battle of the two. Fate, though, on the other end, do find another. They're also going to find their own elimination point, as they'll be able to take out Blacklight.
Yeah, and Blacklight being that team that they were looking at on those hills earlier, just a couple seconds ago, really. So really nice play from Fate to actually disengage, move into zone, and try and gatekeep them later on. So very, very nicely done from them.
Yeah, Blacklight, though, getting third party even by Kemi Bazin. It's just horrible for them in his first match. You can see them try to survive. Rise of Queens as well, looking for their own few picks, but go back under the hill. They have been spotted. Delphia is away from the rest of their team, so she has to be careful. Also, even in the fact that you have Ozorox there too, who can maybe put in a shot or so if they find the fact that Delphia is on their own.
They could indeed. Just watching here very... Oh, wait, no, Elif has gone down. Rook is putting a stop to this if they possibly can. As are Rise, actually, just kind of nestled there right in front of Rise of Queens, actually. That's an interesting spot, but like I said, they've got to do something about them or they will be run over. So nice return from Cakes, though.
Yeah, Far Voice even stepping in behind the rest of Rise Divas, and they themselves getting themselves a little bit caught up between teams, and now Delphia goes in for the run over but can't find one. Will have to step back and will have to reposition. But the rest of Divas, they are looking quite done inside of that smoke. They have it for now to defend themselves, but one dropping, two now next, and they're stepping up trying to defend themselves. But the moment they do, they're losing a HP bar, trying to fight versus Delphia. Daddy is there, but can they stop them as a whole? No, Leora's going to go down. They're going to lose one side. Now Sonia is off. She's completely leaving the team. She's trying to go for the survivability in this game. They're trying with the second vehicle, but here come the rest of Rise. They won't allow the second escape. But yet, Daddy is off on his own mission, and he's away to the hills, but maybe only into Far Voice's hands.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like on that minimap, but a daring escape from Rise Divas. Oh my goodness me. Very well executed in the end to actually get away there. Not sure how much longer they're going to be able to survive that, but that was just the worst possible zone shift for them.
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord even now stepping in behind Far Voice. They're all coming together, these teams. Rook as well, trying to send the nades over onto Game Lord. Ellie, very low indeed, but with Davla, they need to maybe find that revive. Oh, Yatum almost goes down too, and it looks like potentially Rook have an angle here to take the fight versus Game Lord. S2G as well going to fall at the elimination feed, but there goes another. That'll be the second. Diablo's down again, straight back after they get revived. They're going for it again, but Rook having none of that second revive won't be allowed it. There go the rest of Lisa, and it will be Rook storming the castle of Game Lord Sirens. Ellie's trying their best. Find one, find two. Can they maybe bring something back? Ellie moving back around, trying to juke Rook right now. Won't find any of them on the ground floor. Going up for the second. Maybe finds them. Looks for one. Finds one elimination so far. Ellie straight back down again. No. Doesn't want to be spotted. Wants their own revive. Sees this happening. Steps smartly at the staircase. Will be able to stop a potential rush by Rook, but as you can see, they're maybe going to step behind a window, drop down behind Ellie. The ideas are there. They're coming in, pinching. Now it's two of the Game Lord to try to defend, but it's all four here of Rook, potentially to end them all off. The Atom's going to go down as well in Game Lord. That's all they wrote in for Rook. A very well played fight to step back, though, actually, and re-engage with more members.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic fight from Game. Those house fights are so difficult to maintain and actually win. So yeah, Rook just had a little bit more of the advantage there, but GG's, that was very well played.
Yeah, and now Ganabasi going to struggle a little bit as Himble Dolls. They'll get 1-for-1 traded out, but it's Farvoids from the back. You can see there who take out Humble. So even though they're taking shots, there's always that third team looking on. And that's what's so scary. As you can see, even the zone here closing in, but it's so open that all of these teams really have put themselves in one spot and gonna hope that zone shifts to them, or they're gonna have to fight like this. And then Farvoids, when you're stuck in that shed, it makes it so easy for them.
It really does. Those shacks are just terrible spots, and they are the product of absolute desperation. You don't want to be in one of those, but sometimes it does work out. In this case, unfortunately, it hasn't. But tell you what is working out is Armed Family's position, because that zone has gone to them, and they're the only ones in zone right now.
Even Ozrox here as well. Still 3 players alive now. Ozrox didn't do so hot in 16th position coming out that last day, but you can see they're in the top 7 now. A potential maybe for them to get something out of this game, but even Gemibasi, you can see as well, 7 eliminations coming through from them. Looking very strong, but Ozrox, as I speak to him, I curse him, and it will be, unfortunately, Armed Family to send them sky high out of this first match. And Ozrox, Sarah, trying to stand on the edge of that zone, but it's going to come in, and realistically, at the moment they do, Armed Family should be there, but our Armed Family may be too occupied with the front. They do see Gemibasti on the other side. Rise as well, eyeing up Rook.
Oof, Ozrock's out.
Yeah, Rise of Queens stepping in. Alex going in, doesn't even care. The rest of the team are there behind them, and it's on a one-man mission. But really, Fabulous Gaming will also be there. Amelia gonna try to find a double revive, but that is a juicy nade in wait. I'm waiting for it to come through, quite frankly. But Armed Family, maybe as they step up, you can see Rise of Queens. They're there to put them back into the pit that they're trying to poke from. Rook as well, being pressured. You can see now Cupquake is there as well as Elfis. It's 2.
Indeed, I'm surprised Rise Divas actually survived that long. I thought they were toast once they made that rotation out, because they went directly into other teams. But you just see there on that on the kind of elimination pop-up there, they went out in 6th place.
Yeah, Rise Divas, a still decent performance through from them. Unfortunately, Kimibasi as well as all of their eliminations maybe coming to an end. Favoris, a good spot here inside this final zone. They got those revives off. Unfortunately, Amelia was knocked out again. So we're going to go for another revive. This could be risky if it's late into the game, but it's all right because Oreo's completely nailing down Gemibasi. Lonya's down a second time. Looks for the finish this time. Will be able to find it. Rock as well eliminated on the backside. It's the rest of Rise of Queens coming in from the back end, but can Rise clutch it? They've got all 4 players. They're the only one with a full team.
They are indeed. I mean, 9 eliminations on top of that. They're looking like they're going to get a 20-point. They can get this win in the bag. The zone has not gone in their favor, but look at this. I mean, we have, what, a duo, a solo, and a solo. This could be very easy for a team like Rise of Queens to actually do something about it. Might not, however. Farvoice Gaming is still a big threat, and honestly, Highland, we have seen some pretty amazing plays from the solos in endgame, so I wouldn't count them out just yet.
But look at this, so Cake staying on the flank, and this is what you want to see. You want to see these picks coming in from the edge, and there the rest of Rise of Queens forcing in those movements from the enemies, trying to reveal the location. Cakes finds them, snipes them out, but it's completely blown up and sniped out by Nada's nade. Will go Farvoice down into 4th position. Nada secures the top 3 finish. Rise looking for Armed Family, and unfortunately it's a complete salvage of a play. They're going to have to try and make the 1v4 happen. It's not going to happen. Delphi is there, and now Nada is on their own. They found him. Rise will be able to take it, and it's Rise of Queens chicken dinner to start off the day.
Beautifully done. Very beautifully done. Love to see that from Rise of Queens. It's so nice to see them back in the action like that because, of course, this is their first win of the tournament now. In case anybody doesn't know, in Season 1, it was Rise of Queens that did the back-to-back Game 1 and 2 of the tournament. So it's really nice to see Rise coming in to their own just a little bit more here after not having us as spectacular of a day one as we saw last time. But really, really nice from them. 13 eliminations going their way. That was such a strong end game from them for 23 points. Just well done, girls.
Yeah, I think a phenomenal performance right at the end there to make sure that they didn't get picked off. They had cakes in the backside. And that push through from Elpis was absolutely insane. A one-woman mission straight into the heart of Rook. All three players did not care that they were on their own. They knew Cupquake was there behind them. And Neptura, that confidence is also what you really want to see from a team coming in.
Absolutely. And is the name for them. They are such a joy to watch simply because of those kinds of what they do. They go, hey, we got this. We are on our way. We just have like 2 more people. Let's go for it. Just full on push. And it's so much fun to watch. And they succeed. They do so well at it. I mean, that's the commitment.
Yeah, as we check out those standings, so from that first game, Neptura, of course, is going to be the rest of Rise of Queens in that first position, but Far Voice Gaming, should I say, in that second position slot, still 14 points total, 10 eliminations coming from them, did a lot of work themselves.
They really did, yeah. Far Voice not being quiet in this first game, really stepping it up and getting those 10 eliminations to continue that kind of trajectory that we were seeing at the end of day one. So really nice to see that they are able to keep that consistency and keep the momentum going over a 48-hour period like it's been now. So yeah, really nice. Again, really nice from Jemmy Bassi as well. Same deal with them. I think they took the last win of day one. So nice to see again that momentum still being carried forward to today.
Yeah, getting that win on Miramar as well, on day number 1, so they were able to get that good performance in and seeing them be able to step up too, very important today. I mean, also Armed Family to an extent, right, as well. They struggled a little bit throughout that first of day number 1, so to see themselves at 9 points is exactly what they want, but it is up to, I think, a few of those other teams to get off the starting block in terms of Ozorox, and then also you've got even KSA Ladies who just really got stuck, I think, at the beginning of that game and where they wanted to move from the edge of that bottom of the hill.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a shame when you always see that kind of thing going down, where you go, no, you've just gotten stuck at the time, wrong place, all of that good happy stuff. But hey, it does happen, and Miramar is going to be a new game coming up.
Indeed, and we check out our top eliminations here. It's going to be, of course, Rise of Queens stepping up with 2 of their players in, with Delphia and also Cupquake will be stepping in too, and Gorio and Gamelia, they're still the favorites. So as we said, those 10 eliminations that we got at Cakes as well, should I say, as well for Rise of Queens. So a very top-heavy, dominant side of the elimination board here for these teams, but you can see the confidence from these players, of course, in being able to secure such a number of eliminations all on their own as well.
Yeah, it's been really nice. And as well, if you look, teams here, the first and second place holders of the points. And it's so really nice because sometimes when you have these kinds of teams, sometimes you see 1 or 2, but mostly 1 player really going all out sometimes for any given game. And it's nice here. We're seeing 5, 5, 4, 3, 3 for both teams. It's really nice. They're so even, so evenly consistent over the majority of the team. It's just really nice to see, the kind of consistency that's actually coming from them.
Yeah, and there's this damage graph. We get to see just how much damage they did. 2,500 damage. My goodness me. Rise of Queens really took out the aggression on this first game. And there, even Far Voice will get themselves 1,849 damage to these 2 teams, topping off the chart. But still, a number of those squads doing still about that 1,000 damage mark, though.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And this is something I've been having to point out a lot lately, just because we always get those kind of one or two teams that just skyrocket and dwarf the other teams. So you go, oh, the other teams didn't do all that well. But no, look at the actual numbers. Demibasi, 7 eliminations, 1,258 damage. That is a decent score. Same for Rook, same for Game Lord. They are decent performances here for the first game. It's just they've gotten a little bit dwarfed and a little bit cast aside there, but still great games from them.
Yeah, I think it's a few of those teams, as we said, step up through. I mean, even though Nexus Girls putting themselves 674 damage, but only 3 eliminations, could be from that kind of skirmish that they had early on. We've got to see later if they can step up a bit more as we check out those overall standings, where these teams are. Of course, Rise now with that win right at the top of Group A, but you can see that top 3 mark is getting a little bit tight, because yes, you've got Gemabasi Rise ahead, but for Rise Divas and S2G, Far Voice now with that second position on that first game, they're all kind of getting in towards fighting for that third spot.
They absolutely are, and it's getting closer and closer. I mean, all the way down to, say, 11th place, with that 30 points there. There's only a 40-point difference here. That's 2 games. It's so easy to still get into those spots. So these top teams up here, they cannot mess about. They cannot think they're safe. Group B was having a little bit of that, where there was kind of becoming these 15-point, 20-point gaps, where it's still easy for a team to jump up to that kind of level, but it's not imminent. It's not a direct threat right now. For these teams, it's a completely different scenario going on. You've got teams every few points coming into those slots. So it's definitely a lot of pressure for a lot of teams right now.
Yeah, and they've got to maintain that dominance. They've got to maintain that confidence that they've got through in that first game. Or if they need to get up, get there, and show that aggression in these next games, because it will be Miramar up next. And Neptura, are we looking maybe at some teams that we're really looking to go for? In fact, actually, I'll hold that question. We'll come back to it after the break as we check out the break and the highlights.
If you want more, we let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move.
Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Neptura here beside me to get into the rest of today's games. But before that, you can check out Catchy's shop down below, which is the trusted by millions of gamers around the world. And with our discounts and promotions, you'll always find a great deal in Catchy's shop. You can use multiple payment methods to purchase items in Catchy's shop on both Android and iOS devices. Need more UC? Time to shop on Catchy Shop. Well, we are coming out of Erangel 2 and Neptura into Miramar. Now, we kind of had a question coming out of the break, which was who's going to perform well coming into this game. There are some contenders, though, based on what we saw in day 1.
There are. We had Gemi Bassi and we had, it's escaping my memory here, Rise Divas. Of course, they're back-to-back. I should have remembered that, Rise Divas got that first one and Gemi Bassi the second one. So, there's definitely some contenders, but then there's also contenders who habitually have done very well, just didn't in day 1. We have Armed Family being one of those. So there's a lot of contenders, as you said, for those spots. So I'm kind of looking at all of them right now.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely looking towards maybe Game of Basti because they've come off of a hot second place, right, to Rise of Queens. Now, Rise of Queens, I would also be on that hype train with them, but looking back at that day number 1, they didn't do so well when it came to Miramar. Only the 1 placement point and 5 eliminations they got in game 2, and then in the game 5 Miramar, they got 4 eliminations, but 0 placement points. So they really got to show us, coming out of that really big Erangel game, that they can also perform here in the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some big shoes to fill because of how well the Miramar teams did in day 1. When they did well, they did well. So it is going to be kind of hard to kind of bring that to the table as a different team, as a team who didn't do so well, as you said, on Miramar in day 1. But, anything's possible. They're riding high after that win. If you think Gabibasi are looking to do well on Miramar after that second place, then Rise of Queens as well. Nothing to, we should blind eye there either. So, looking forward to, let's 5 or 6 teams now who are really looking good for this Miramar. So, can't wait for this one. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think also Far Voice was another one of those teams that we saw climbing the overall standings at the end of that last match, right? So now they're also hunting for that Rise Divas position of 3rd place that we said the top 3 going through straight to the finals. This is what these teams want to secure themselves, not have to play those extra games. Yes, with those games comes experience, but the risk, of course, you don't make that finals, you don't get that prize money at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you really, really got to be careful of as well. Let's just point out very quickly, we're nearing the halfway point of phase one for Group A. So some of those teams down in the very bottom, those last three placements, they're going to be starting to try and ramp it up a little bit now because time's ticking. They've only got so many games left now until they are out of it completely. So maybe starting here in Miramar, they're going to be kind of looking to put a little bit more pressure on the teams.
Yeah, got to see if they can put that confidence, I think, into these teams, because we were looking at the fights in that first game. Seems like a couple of these teams were warming up, we could say, when it came to the fights. It seemed like there was a bit of a miscommunication in terms of the teams and where they wanted to go. Was it the case of looting early on? Was it a case of fighting and engaging for those elimination points early? There are a few of those teams at the bottom, of course, are maybe more guilty of that, but we also still that from the top teams. I think S2G were one of those teams who maybe could have pushed a little bit more. Even Game Lord, they pushed maybe also too hard on the opposite end of that spectrum, you could argue. So it's about finding that balance right now coming in to Miramar, which is a lot about those rotations and a lot about getting the timing right.
Yeah, it really, really is, and timing is everything. And you do see quite a few teams who have that component down really, really well, and it shows really, really well. But all of them do it at some point. So Miramar looking very hopeful for a lot of these teams to actually try and perfect that time and get those spots down. But speaking of spots, I'm already seeing some hot drops here. There's a few contentious areas already.
Oh, I love that jump, by the way. It was just like, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Rise of Queens, and they're coming down into the center. They're going into Picado, though, which could be risky. There are a few of these other squads entering already around this area. Looking maybe more towards if our voice will contest that location too. You do have, I believe it's S2G. Yes, it is just above Happy and Little Patron. So a fair few big teams in around the area, but down towards this bottom end of Chumasera, Nexus Girls, they found themselves another elimination point early on, and this time it's unfortunately Ruck who are the victims.
Oh, that's such a shame to see these really, really, really early fights because you know exactly what happened. Someone got a gun first and it wasn't Rook. That's always so hard to see. But yeah, it happens, and Nexus got that extra point right on the board. That's a point they needed. Remembering correctly, in game one, didn't quite get that they really wanted to, didn't get that placement. They kind of went out a little bit early. So for them, this new point straight off the bat, right on landing, is going to be a really nice little bit of pressure taken off and go, right, okay, we can do this. We already have 1 point in the bag. Let's get the rest of the game and for Nexus there down in Chumasera. We got KSA over in El Pozo as well. And looks to be, they are a trio, but hey, that's okay at least for now because no one else is with them, Highland.
Yeah, I mean, also KSA, a little bit chill right now up towards that northern side. Don't expect too much to happen. I mean, KSA also is always going to be a struggle, I think, for them to really get these points. They are only playing as 3 members, so it's going to be difficult, to say the least, in terms of the team fights. So you're really looking at better rotations now of KSA. Can they outperform teams on those rotations and in the mid game when they're trying to set up a position? Now, Miramar is a great opportunity, I think, for them to do this. They have a lot of space to garner all of their loot and to have a comfy early game. It's just about moving down in time towards that zone and making sure that they're not too late and they've got a space for themselves. Now, judging kind of where that zone's going, they do have a lot of distance to cover because it is going to be slightly more towards that south end, which means they're going to have to end up their looting phase a little bit earlier maybe than they would have liked if they want to contest for those spots, which, of course, with 3 players, they're going to have to be there first because fighting a 4v3 for a position isn't something on their radar.
No, it's really not. The moment that you go down to 3 or 2 or however many, you are going to be faced with the fact that you cannot do anything by numbers alone. You've got to play much, much smarter than you would normally. So it's going to be about how many angles one position has rather than how many positions your team can take, right? There's a slight difference there. The angles you now want to, rather than having 4 players on 4 different locations with one angle, you've got to have 3 players on 3 different locations with 2 angles at least. So it's one of those things where they've got to play it really smart and know the terrain really well to actually get that advantage without having the players.
Yeah, I think that terrain, particularly around the middle. Now, we were talking about Picardo earlier on. I think you could also actually argue that those hills just towards the north of Power Grid, in that big main road that you see, I always talk about it, and I love when teams move into that area. I mean, we got to experience the game around that area in PMGC, didn't we, early on in the watch party. Now, I think in terms of controlling those hills, that's particularly where you want to kind of be on that high ground. You want to spot players roaming, get that information. Maybe don't open fire as quickly, just gather information on those rotations, understand a little bit more. Islam family do miss a bit of Ruck there. Thankfully for Ruck, they do get themselves away, but Nexus, God, it's always a shame to see it. I've got to call it out, you know. We've got to love when you crash yourself and you knock yourself.
Oh yeah.
God, I hope a team member's there. Otherwise, it could be another one. And that's the one you don't want to see. The second time they appear in the elimination.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And it seems to happen every day. We get at least one of those falling off cliff, throwing herself out the vehicle. It happens every single day. So we got to call it out when we see it because it's become a tradition now.
Do you remember in PMGC when they used to do the rubber chicken dinners and they used to have all of the time the PMGC players falling off of cliffs, driving into a wall, blowing themselves up? It happens even at top. So they get to enjoy the experience, the fact that they can be just with the best in terms of they are just as good at crashing themselves into a wall or wherever they may have crashed.
Yeah, absolutely. Even, you want to nade 2 or 3 of your teammates, go for it because, everybody does it.
Yeah, exactly. But you can say you're on PMGC level with the other people who nade. See, it's all about the IQ moves right there. Next time we're in game, just you watch it. That's your
exactly. Ooh, Fate down over here in Yasnaya now, though. Another nice spot. I think, that is actually in zone because the zone did do a little bit of a hard shift down to the south side. So Yasnaya, not Yasnaya, that's a wrangle, silly me. Los Leones. I did that yesterday as well, but yeah, Los Leones is a really spot actually, and especially where they are. I think they're trying to go a bit more south, down to Los down there. But yeah, good spot to have in this nice and central. And again, I love where the zone is actually because those southern cliff edges are such a dynamic place to play from.
As well as even these compounds here, Humble will have one of them. Now, in amongst this big, open, sparse area of the roads, you do have a few of these buildings, and we often see those be contested in especially pro play because you want to get an angle on a compound that has such information to it of these main road lines where teams are going to be naturally crossing with the vehicles because it's going to be so much easier and faster to make those rotations on the road. In Nexus, they have maybe found themselves one of these unfortunate eliminations is Livion. Will fight back though, finds one knock, but they can't confirm anything just yet. They also see that Shazadi is behind them, and Kimka is maybe also a bit more focused though on getting that revive. So it's about Livion trying to separate the pressure and understanding it. Nexus, big knock there from the back and a big flank, crucial for Livion that they can control that area, and that's exactly what I wanted to see from Livion, to try to separate some space out, make some moves from another location so that Kimka could make that revive and not have the pressure drawn by the rest of the Nexus girls onto her.
I mean, absolutely. And that's such a crucial, as you're saying, such a crucial knock, not only in the initial push, but also look how they've separated Nexus now. They are 2-2. They're no longer 4-4. So now, with Livion moving around all the way around, she she's gonna get those extra angles, yeah, right on the back. So she's gonna try and deal with this duo. There's two at the back, gonna try and deal with the other two. This is perfect separation of this team, divide and conquer at its best.
But Livion, they do have to be careful, because if they do lose another player, they're down to 2, and you can see them trying to move around with those numbers disadvantage, or numbers, should I say, equal now, with that one knock that they did get, but they will back off, so they're not going to go for more. They understand that they got that knock. They didn't actually get it, so it is actually still Nexus who have all 4 players. So I was right, they are at advantage, and Livion understand this. They've lost a player, and they will back off to another location inside the zone. You can see them passing down, saying that, well, you know, we did lose a player, but we'll control the next place in, and we'll look to camp you out of this circle.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great position to have available to them to actually do that. No. Great hillside. Uh-oh.
That's not the place to crash your buggy. Sally, nope. This is not a good place to crash the buggy with armed family looking behind you. There is players on the sides, but it's really Aya has eyes laser locked on Sally right now. Unfortunate. It happens to the best of us, we said earlier, but this is not the time to show off and to join with the PMGC lap.
Exactly. Especially when you've got Freeps up here. Gonna be going for a round. There is also rocks up at the top, I do believe. They're trying to do a little bit of a cover fire there, but I don't know. It looks like Sally's days might be just a little bit numbered up there.
Yeah, well, ICG also kind of controlling this area coming out from the Lost Leona's sides. Fate, I think, a little bit interesting that we've got 1 player coming so far. I wouldn't say it would be my strategy, to be fair. I mean, they're also, Sally, getting 1 back though on the elimination feed. Sally's not done. Sally defends their position, whether it be a wheel to block them. It's a wheel and it's enough. It's Fate, though, will not be able to defend themselves. They're trying this interesting pincer, we could argue, coming down very far from the back. But unfortunately, Shadden stepped a little bit too far too early, did get knocked, and Ellie now can't come in from the flanks. So it's going to be S2G keeping themselves up.
Yeah, it is. And that is going to be... Is this a complete retreat here, or are they trying to grab...
oh, no.
Talia? I think they might be. Nope, they've decided not to. Oh, that's such a shame. But now with 2 down, yeah, they're gonna have to try and get one of them, and it's not gonna be the one closest to S2G, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ellie, I really wouldn't go for his play, because if you cross over, right, I mean, yes, you've got the vehicles, you've got the hoo-ha. They're going to know that you crossed that road. They're going to see you the moment you move to try and make that revive. They're not going for it swift enough. Ellie's trying to stop them, trying to bait them, come in with a beat bust with the extra support, but you can see the hoo-ha the moment that vehicle comes in. A slower vehicle like that will get shot down, blown up. Ellie's on their own, and it is disaster for Fate Esports.
What a shame. Yeah, I think that really just talked of a lot of miscommunication, or not, rather more hesitancy. There was just, they didn't know what they were doing, which way they were deciding to go. There was just no decision there. Just a real shame, but yeah, just a solo.
Decision making though for Fireboys also needs to happen here. Humble, they find a beautiful nade. Caramelia did grab one as Humble moved around the side. They shot a nade through the window and were able to find the initial knock, so that will slow Humble down. Can they confirm it? That is the next case, because you can see also Riot Divas making that move behind Humble, so it could get a lot worse for them. So Humble needing to make now that move, maybe need to be a bit more light on the feet to decide, are they going to fight, are they going to flee? Because they may find themselves in a position where their pincer is even on the edge. Levion, Eternity, going to lose one on the backside, and it just seems on these rotations, players losing maybe 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, it does indeed. Looks like Levion just getting a little bit surrounded here, as these teams have decided to go over onto these hillsides, which are just such fun areas to play from. I always prefer open areas for personal gameplay, so seeing games come to an end in these sorts of areas is just me at my strongest. But for some of these teams, not so much. And Blacklight currently trying to get rid of Rook and get their squad mate back up, but I don't know. Oh, we just missed that snipe shot. That was going to be something, I thought. But no, just going to move over to Vias.
Yeah, Vias making a name for themselves in this game. Maybe if they can grab down the rest of them. Yes, they do. Humble completely walked in for one team, straight into the next. Vias were there waiting 3 eliminations for them. And that's crucial for them because they needed these points to get up on the standings. They didn't have great Miramar games, but this almighty 3 eliminations given to them should be enough maybe with their position too. Keep in mind, they had that high hill as well, so they've got a good position advantage over some of these teams still late in the rotation, coming from that low ground, trying to find a spot in play.
Right, absolutely. S2G are trying to grab a spot. It looks like they're, I don't know here, because S2G technically are in, or more in zones. They technically have a better in zone. Our family just a little much on the edge there, but still that height advantage and the cover advantage is much better than S2G. It's kind of hard to tell which is going to go which way, but Arm Family dizzy going down there for S2G.
S2G, though, they are very locked in on these hay bales. And they're making this revive in the back. Mary trying to avoid the eye line with that smoke from Arm Family. Spot Swim will find them. Arm Family not down the dip fast enough. That dive won't save them. Reaps will fall, but S2G didn't get down themselves. Mary returned now by Aya in the back, and it's still Alina completely trapped in these hay bales. You can see even KSA have that angle on top of them all the way from the mountains far back. So being trapped in this location, you can see just getting one shot against you is all it takes. KSA, as we talked about it, they had that angle, they sniped them down.
Oh, such a rough run for S2G here. Not what they wanted at all. And I think that's really is KSA really putting a wrench in the works there. Like how, yeah, there we go. Elena going down there now to KSA as well. For KSA, oh, some much needed points for them for sure. So kudos to them. But for S2G, that is just the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, I mean, they really were trapped, and even here, Rise Divas, you can see they're trying to hold this bridge. I mean, Game Lord Sirens, what an awful position to be here. Yes, you're 20 meters from the zone, but that is a bridge, and it's a long way with 4 angry members of Rise Divas looking down upon you, and they don't have smokes. This is a crucial thing, right? Oh, they have 3, sorry, should I say. They have 3 smokes left, but they don't have all that much. They're going to need more. They need their teammates there to help them. You can see the moment they step out without the smokes, almost burned down the atom. You've got to be more careful than this.
Yeah, just a bit. I think she's just waiting for the cavalry to come and rescue her in those vehicles, which they might try and do, because this is the push they're trying to make. They're getting at least one over in that area, but even if they get past Rise Divas, you've got Vias on one side, you've got Rook ahead of you, and you've got Rise of Queens on the other side, so a very, very difficult rotation to be coming through for Game Lord.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really, Game Lord just need to kind of full send it in. We need to hope that they can try to avoid the initial bullets. Put smokes down on the front of that bridge. Put the vehicles across. 2 vehicles, 2 and 2 on the buggies, and try to snipe down those players of Rise Divas before they get you. And that's all they can really do, because that zone is going to hurt. Stage 4 really does start to sting coming into 5 and 6. So it is the time really more so against them. And Rise Divas happy to camp them there and let the zone do the work.
Well, exactly, yeah. It absolutely just let do the work for you if you possibly can. Blacklight got a pretty nice spot in zone as well, though it's trying to be a bit contested here by, who is that? Oh, Gemabasi.
Yeah, Blacklight as well. Gonna lose one there as Gemabasi, as you say, coming over that bridge. Stepping in, Purple will be caught. Lena so going to be downed as a whole. Dana is stepping up. They found him. They can't find a shot, so the moves are too good from Gimabasi. In Blacklight, they're going to lose a second. It has all gone wrong for them. They're trying to send it in. Malik's trying to get the support, trying to finish off Gimabasi. Goes in 1 vehicle further. Melina is down, and it is 2 knocked, but it's not 2 dead. And unfortunately, Purple is still there shooting. It's a third away for Blacklight. And down to the solo. They might just be retreating now.
Yeah, that was very well brought back by Gemabasi there. But as the zone moves far away, is this their sign to actually just get disengage and go to zone.
Oh.
No.
Ellie showing up. Ellie with a triple. Ellie, come on, get the squad right. No. Yes. How could you? The dirty third party cancels the quadra for the rest of Game Lord, but Rise a very much needed reprieve for themselves. But they will know that something is going on down there via. So they may keep eyes down on that bridge, and they may be able to stop Rise Divas coming in from the rest of that low ground.
What I've just noticed is we have 11 teams still.
Yeah.
11. That is insane because we've seen these kind of little groups of 3 or 4 teams each, but we haven't seen on the mini map yet where they're all converged on each other. But here we go. I mean, some car issues there. Interesting. They're gonna just full send it.
Game Bassi sending it in is a questionable thing to do at this late in the game. I don't think they understand that 11 teams are there, and Nada will be the sacrificial lamb for the information. I mean, information you can get, but there's teams everywhere for your team to try come in. Nada's going to fall down the end. That's all you can really hope for. But Rise of Queens, they stepped up to try take those shots, and in doing so revealed themselves, keep in mind, to the rest of Rise Divas down below. So now you can see Cakes in a bit of bother. It's also the rest of Game of Bassi down on the bottom of the hill. They're trying their best, but Rise Cake's already down. You can see Divas took them down themselves, and it's all Rise Divas to step up now onto Game of Bassi themselves. Can they control coming over this ridge? They're trying to save off a little bit of time just now, give themselves a little bit of space. Still on the edge of the zone is still Rise of Queens alive. Got 3 players remaining, but they lost 1. They might just lose the second as Cupquake is there.
She's just gonna loot first and then take some shots. She's relaxed.
Slowing it down a bit is Rise Divas trying to find the angle. Unfortunately, Game of Bassi, you can see, did get caught overall, though. Nexus completely blown up by Armed Family. That's why you don't travel in a vehicle at this later point in the game.
Yep.
Big eliminations for him. 8 in total now for Armed Family, which is what you're looking for. And I have 5 eliminations to their name. Definitely going to be in the standings, if not higher, even more on that elimination points later on.
Yeah. Taya doing some great work for Armed Family. He's one of the teams that I really want to look at for Miramar. They're a very aggressive team, and they know their way around this map, so looking good for them so far. But Vias and Rise Divas are the only ones with the full squad right now, and of course Rise Divas won the first Miramar in day 1, so are we looking at a repeat of that?
Could be the case, but they've got a lot of work still to do. There's still 7 teams alive, and Farvoice here as well coming in. Remember, Farvoice do have a little bit of a spot for themselves, but they are between 2 teams. Backlight, 1 solo member will be caught out. That's what they were looking for. The nade come out was a bit too much and punished straight away for it. Rise of Queens as well. The smoke's dissipating. They need to get into this zone as well as Rise Divas. It's a long way at this point in the game to have to move. Vias as well, caught out away from this shift. It seems like it has shifted away generally from a lot of these teams, and from this high angle, they're going to be seen by a lot of teams coming down off that mountain.
They are, but I don't know that the other teams are actually all that aware enough to actually make use of that, because they're all looking towards that. No one's really looking at all in Vi's direction, so they might have just been able to get in there scot-free.
Yeah, they did. They sniped their way in there, but now Rise Divas looking for their rotation in. Can they get it? It's very late on, and can Vias defend? They've got a hillside. They should be able to have this set down for themselves. Smoke's coming up, but you can see there is really nothing left. It's that one bit they've got, and then they're out completely of that smoke grenade in their pockets. So for the rest of Rise, it could be coming to an end if they can't make a push quick. Amaya, 2 left down, but you can see that Rise, they are pushing in. Rise of Queen stepping in further now. They know that they got maybe a bit more time with also smoke blocking Rise Diva's position in their eye line a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but for Rise of Queens, this is such a hard decision to make because do you cross that road and go into Rise Divas' territory? Very strong team, full squad at the moment, or do you go with Rook and get there? Looks like they've decided to go for that little house just beneath Rook, which will put them in that direct line of fire, but kind of save them at the same time for Rook because of that angle. It's just kind of difficult to do anything with, but Elif's on this side. They're doing both.
Rise of Queens, they are doing both indeed. They just take the 2 out themselves. No team needed. At least going now further in will join the rest of the team. Can they get spotted out? You can see that also Rook trying to fire in from the end, but at least dodges all the bullets as well. Can this lady be touched? I don't think so, because Delphia, Cupquake, they're now on the edge of the rift ridge, and they're trying to move in further on. Farboys, so as we said, have that high ground alongside Rock. They've got to defend this now as all the teams pushing in onto that zone, and they will for now. Yeah. Farboys take away the rest of Rise Series down, as well as Aunt Family to Caramelia.
Indeed, and that zone has gone straight to Vias, so this is their game to lose at this point. They're the ones with most of that zone. Those other teams have to fight each other and then cross that road, so it's going to be such an uphill battle for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, you can see the win percentage chance of these teams. Yeah. Brook, Vias, definitely the potential to win this game. You can see is in their hands to win this match. Family. Also, Rise of Queens, 18%. I mean, for Farvoice, only that one player, really, which is why they've only got that 9% chance. But they can still survive. You can still hope for that second position. Hold off, let the other teams eliminate themselves. As Rook, they are looking to make that move in. Very big move from Inner Six, but will be completely taken out by Aya. Aunt Family having absolutely none of it. It's now Logica coming in onto the building. You can see that Rise of Queen is stepping up a little bit as well, gatekeeping Logica away, and I think it will be a quiet end for Rook. But Cupquake did not see behind him, and Vias Vendetta has found a ramp, has found the elimination. They see Aunt Family, they go for them as well. They've got them down in the edge of the zone, keep them there while they can. They get them both. Vendetta, Vias looking for the win if they can get it. Now goes all the way up to the top of the ramp, gets a higher angle, snipes them down, and Vias take the win.
Fantastic work from Vias. What a game them. I mean, so many things had to go that way for them to win that, and they just took it by the horns, and they really made sure they had that one in the bag. A fantastic win for Vias tonight.
Yeah, Vias, I think that early rotation was what really helped them there, Neptura. They got themselves into the zone early. They had a position set on for themselves. They had the also hilltop behind them that they still utilized up until the very end of that point, which was crucial. You could see that position that they held, able to snipe down Cupquake, able to snipe down Aunt Family, and that's what sealed the deal for their win.
It really did. It really did. I mean, I almost thought that Armed Family might be able to steal it away just because of the height advantage they had and how open it is down there. They could kind of sweep the whole lobby with that, but the zone kind of pushed them out of that area. They were only a duo at the end of the day, and Vias just had that spot on that ramp. What a great position for him, just to make sure they had all those angles, had all the cover from those angles, and just were able to just wipe everybody. So very, very well done. 12 eliminations for 22 total points. That's going to put them up quite nicely.
Yeah, 22 points in total for them is going to be also a big jump in the standings, because keep in mind, Vias, you said it before, it takes 1 or 2 games for these teams 40 points behind. Now with those 22 points, up to 49, I believe, on top of what they got plus game number 1. So they could be up there in terms of fighting for that top 3 with such a big result. But again, they've got to make sure they keep that coming further in as we take a look at those standings, indeed, Neptura, to see how it's all breaking down.
Oh, and it's breaking down quite a bit. Army with 13 eliminations. I didn't quite see how many they had in the end there. So 13, massive amount for them. 18 points going there. And of course, Rise of Queens with those 9 as well. I mean, Rise of Queens, they should have been out long time ago, but they managed to stay alive for long enough to get those 9 eliminations and third place, if I'm not mistaken. A real kudos to them because I would have been dead at the beginning of the game if I had that kind of positioning.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I would have been sat in a shack somewhere hiding and praying. I would have been like that sort of player that just sits until the end and hopes that they get at least a second place. I mean, second is the best, right? If you say first is worst, second the best, you know, I can still be the best, okay? You know, true. I'm coping. I'm coping.
Yeah, totally. Just fantastic run for them to still be that aggressive. And Rise Divas as well. They had only 1 kill after all that. Wow. I think we're going to be seeing a massive damage bar and 1 kill bar. That's going to be a very interesting graph to see a bit later on. But I had no idea because they were looking on fire at that point. Crazy that they weren't able to get those kinds of kills for that damage.
Yeah, I think the eliminations really show, right? These eliminations for Aya. I mean, you see the one that was doing work for Arn Family and there, even Rise of Queens, at least 5 eliminations again, really stepping forward for themselves. But Vias, it was all about that ending, the 4 to 3 eliminations, and also even Gemi Bassi stepping up purple with those 3 eliminations for themselves. I mean, realistically, I think that Arn Family, maybe if they had a slightly better angle in terms of stopping Vias, if they had got to them, maybe gotten around that ridge into the roadside sooner to stop them on that rotation, potentially there is a world where they could have come out with a bit more points, but still a good result for them as we check out also the damage graph. And we get to see, Natura, did that graph look a little bit skewed?
Yes. Yes, it did. 1,464 damage going their way for only 1 kill. So who was it that took all the kills from them? Was that Vias with the 12 eliminations there?
I could be. I mean, it certainly looks like it. Maybe that's how Aya got on the board. See, Aya knew if Rise Divas do all the damage and then Aya comes in with a cleanup, they also look good. But I don't think it was the case because they did also get 2,600 damage, which is an insane amount in total. Also, their Rise of Queens 1,900 for 9 eliminations. A lot also to be said. And it was, I think, speaking to the fact that that was a very slow and poke you out end game from these teams. It was about getting those slow positions in on the zone and not making the rush, because you saw those teams that rushed, they got immediately blown up in those vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so interesting to see all of these teams. Just this graph is giving us that it's definitely was a damage game. It was not a kill game except for a few teams. It was definitely a damage game. So very interesting to see how that all adds up into our overall standings, Highland.
Yeah, and there's Rise still on top, Rise Queens, 87 points, and still Gemi Bassi in that second. Third hasn't changed, but Far Voice have moved into 4th position now. So they are up another 2 spots, and Rook even in that 57 points. Arm Family just behind them with those 10 eliminations they got from Aya. But below them, that's the winner chicken dinner team for Miramar. Vias 52, and we said getting that 1 game really boosts you up that leaderboard when these teams, for the most part, are pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at him. They are only 7 points behind top 5. So already one more even slightly decent game. 7 points is not a lot. You know, one more fairly decent game, they're in that top 5. They're ready to take that top 3 position from somebody. So all it takes is one person, one team having a bad game and Vias not having a bad game, and they are looking well in the running for this.
Yeah, got to see what they can do, though, because, again, it is about that consistency, Neptune. They've got to make sure that, yes, to get these points now, they're in the position to get up to those standings, to get into that top 3. They need to have another game like that to get there. They still need to show us those points if they can, and to do so on a crazy map like Sandhawk next, but after a short break.
Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power.
Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new We're gonna make waves. Follow the new
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. Myself, Partner Wolf, and Neptura here once more. We're hitting it up now on Sanhok, and it's a rumble in the jungle, should I say, but to see who can get that winner chicken dinner, Neptura.
Yeah.
That's what's got to be the question, because we've seen a game of Miramar now which looked a little bit more focused on those positions rather than the team fights up towards that ending point. But can we see now those team fighting skills really come out? Because we've not seen the crazy team fights I was promised coming into day number 1 and day 2. I didn't see these 15 eliminations. Okay, Aya got 10, but that's Aya exception.
Yes, yeah, I know. They're making a complete liar out of me. So girls, come on, bring it in Sanhok. Y'all gotta perform. Get those team kills in. We want to see those hot drops. We want to see all that stuff because that is where the action is. Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to be challenging boot camp. But
really?
Painan, I know, but Painan gets very, very hot sometimes. So we'll be seeing what all that has to offer, all that has to bring us. In the meantime, chat, guys, if you are in chat, if you're being active in chat, you got one of two options. First of all, you can head up to the Kachi shop because they got some great deals on those ink-ups. So if you want to go ahead and click the link in the description below, you'll be able to, save some time and that top up done and dusted on your account. Second thing you can do is spam, tell us who your favorite team is, give them some support, because I promise you they are watching right now. They do watch in the breaks. Their managers are watching during the game, so they will see that all that love and pass it on to the players. So make sure you're telling us who your favorites are and who your predictions are for this Sanhok game. We want to see them.
Okay, but who's your prediction, though, Neptura? Who are you predicting to come into this game? You know what's coming for you. You can't be like predict the games and then
I know.
I'm not gonna hit you with the prediction.
I'm gonna go with this one. I'm looking at my list here. I'm seeing. I'm gonna go with Humble Dolls on this one.
Okay.
I'm going with them. Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the easy one. Okay. I'm gonna go for. I was gonna go for Favres because they won game 3 yesterday, but I'm actually gonna go for S2G because I think S2G they've shown a little bit more today in terms of the positions, in terms of the fighting. They've not really had that great of a game number 2. Now they can bring it up. Right now they can show us what they're looking for, because we know that they've gotten a chicken dinner on Sanhok before.
Absolutely, yeah. I was just going to mention ST, well known for their Sanhok. Excellent prediction coming in from Highland Wolf. Can we get some claps in the chat? Because that's a good one.
That was easy. We got a chicken dinner last time. It was like
True. But yeah, they're such an aggressive team. They go all out. So really hoping that Sanhok vibe will really bring that out of them. And here we go. That's a playing path for Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, I love to quote Professor Tarzan that the playing path doesn't really matter because it is a 4K by 4K map.
Sure.
You know, the maths coming in there. I like it. But to be fair, it doesn't matter as much because, if it goes one way of the map, there could be argued Bantai is a little bit of a walk away. But the jungle is quite close together when it comes to these players. However... that zone is an interesting one, and I do like it when we get those island zones because it always create a little bit of spice around those bridge crossings.
It really does. Speaking of bridge crossings, got to love Levion's position here. I hold on to that. I don't know if they'll be able to long term because there's not all that much loot in those little compounds for 4 people, but still holding that area, it's one of the best spots in the game, and in zone and a gatekeep position onto that island. That's looking like a great spot for him.
And a boot camp fight. This is what I want. A lobster building action packed early game. That's what we're looking for, and it's KSA to deliver, I think, first blood against them, is it will be, I think it was Fate that brought that one up there, the first initial knock. But 3 teams here now dropping in around, and this could have been what you said, right? Day number 1, none of them dropped here. They thought, well, you know, boot camp's a great location for loot. No one dropped here last time. We can go here today. Unfortunately, other teams had that idea, and now you've got a little bit more of a complicated early game than some of these squads may have hoped for.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And for Fate, if I'm thinking of this correctly, Fate have all to play for. Yeah, looking a little bit lower on those standings, so they really are going to want to try and get this early win out of the bag. On to Blacklight. Blacklight have a little bit more to lose, though. They are higher up there. They're not going to want to go out very early on this Sandhawk map, because with the 2 Sandhawks now coming through, it's not so much of a K thing to, you know, go out super early on Sandhawk. You've got to make Sandhawk count now. So yeah, that would be a really big blow to Blacklight to lose out right this second. But with Armed Family now in the mix up onto those hills, this could get very sticky for Blacklight.
You can see KSA first blood so far in the standings. Only 3 players. The only team to come in with 3 players here. Fate having that member down, because KSA were the ones to make them down to 3 players. Blacklight, though, as you said, that is really the central position is the strongest here, I would argue, because you have just more spaces to move around bootcamp from. And it on the other hand, could make you a bit more predictable, because you are in the center, and teams can understand that if they are able to push in and if they're able to get closer to you and then have that kind of close quarter combat fight. A little bit tricky to be able to maneuver inside the Lobster building, but because Fate lost a player, I think that's why Fate have maybe stepped a little bit further back and not gone for that 4v4 that we maybe would have expected inside the Lobster building early on. I mean, also, Gemi Bassi have also lost one of their players so far. Unfortunately, a bit of torture here as Purple has to watch the loot happen before Vias take them out of their misery. But unfortunately, maybe for Vias, they didn't get rid of Purple so quick, and now actually information could have been given over from that one player to the rest of Gemi Bassi if they're looking for a bit of a hover here. Maybe looking to catch one of Vias on that rotation, but they have been spotted, and their gullet will put an end to that, Leonard down to half HP.
Yep, indeed. Now I'm just watching Loina there in the vehicle as well, wondering what that's going to be. What's going to be the decision there, but I think, that is the decision. That's what I thought. Yeah, Gemi Bassi going to be going straight up to that old Vias position, because they have that angle now. They've got a little bit more of an advantage onto Vias.
Yeah, it was all about a bait, really, wasn't it? It was about sending one in, looking a little bit obvious, and then saying, well, Vias, their plays, they've spotted it. They might have thought of it as cut off, but then comes the back route from Gemi Bassi. They find one, and suddenly Vias are in a bit of a predicament. And as Fate here also make it into the building, they have only one note. Chardin completely not moving right now, avoiding. Good weight right there. Patience to not go straight for the one. Will find them, but now it has to be spotted. Doesn't find the initial elimination. This is where it gets hard. You don't find the initial knock. They surround you. And unfortunately, Fate, they didn't get rid of them fast enough. Down to 2 players.
They are down to 2 players, but look what position Blacklight's had to give up in order to make that happen. So now Lobster Building is in the hands of Fate if they so choose.
As well, could be, but out of that player disadvantage, I'm not sure if they really want to control that or not. Painan as well, S2G looked like they're having a bit of a skirmish versus opponents. They are one knocked, and Alina will, I believe here, versus Armed Family, lose one. There, Renata as well, and there's the second going down. That's not what you want here, and can Armed Family now push up fast enough, quick enough, in onto S2G? It's a back member, though. You can see Pania has their backs, and it's crucial that Pania survives. Going down to half HP as well. You can see that they're struggling, trying to make that next revive, but I don't know if they've got the time. You can see Armed Family, they're trying to find these angles. Maybe now, as Armed Family have called off a little bit of a wider flank, that gives more time over to them. Renata Also finding that knock, that's exactly what you need to slow them away. Now buys the time for the revive to happen. However, I'm nervous about that flank. We talked about it. Reaped moving in across that river. Fate as well, even from behind here. S2G have to be careful.
They do indeed. Freeps has gone back over, though, trying to get that revive going. Oh, but she's in the way of the window. Great angle from Renita there.
Renata making sure that Armed Family don't move across this bridge. And it's good hold by S2G.
Yeah.
And I like also the awareness there you can see moving behind them. That is crucial in the fight, not getting too honed down in on Armed Family, making sure that there is the backside of you, which is also very vulnerable to that high ground attack covered by S2G.
Of course, yeah, and this is some great playing from S2G, honestly. Arm Family as well, but Arm Family being a lot more passive with this, not deciding to go for that push too early. It's such a difficult place to push in reality, but S2G holding them off pretty well here. They're just using those angles, staying calm, not panicking, not doing anything silly as they try to maintain that full squad numbers here, because it's becoming increasingly hard to do so with Arm Family just shooting them down like that.
And a lot of resources expended. Keep in mind, this could hinder whoever comes out victorious as well. Losing a lot of medkits, losing a lot of smokes there to, of course, save Alina, to save the other member front of S2G. It's going to cost them because they're not moving and not looting right now.
Yeah.
But I really hope that the other team has something in terms of form of equipment. But you can see there, really, what do Armed Family have? Yes, sure, some of them have healing, some of them have first aid kits, but the smokes, the nades, it's not quite in the numbers that you would hope.
It's really not, and so that's probably contributing or deciding their real quiet, passive playstyle going through here right now, whereas normally we might see them push more aggressively or more on that, more recklessly perhaps, but not passive because of those deficiencies in loot. But Game Bassi have some deficient players all of a sudden. What happened there?
Yeah, Gimabasi looks like they may have been caught on maybe a rotation. Could have been the case. Didn't quite catch it here myself, but Armed Family have moved a little bit further up into S2G. S2G crossing over the river have found one. Dizzy will be knocked for now. However, Armed Family, you've got to get Reaps in there. You've got to get the rest of the support in, but Reaps goes back down, gets shot away, put down into the outpost tower. Knows that the position is already covered by S2G. They cut their losses. They've lost one in S2G across the river. And just like that, they get themselves the angle. And it was down to Armed Family maybe splitting a little bit too wide there. Having that one man on the front. They completely pile drive down one side. And S2G, they get rewarded for it. But Armed Family, they do have to be careful. Maybe they have to hold on here, because you can see on the back there was the other members of Blacklight in the distance.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And Taya looking like she was not ready to give up that position just yet. But excellent work from S2G here as Rise Divas make their name known.
As well, Rise Divas gonna lose one, lose two, and maybe make their name known in the wrong way. Here is again looking like a squad wipe, potentially from the 1 versus 4. They're trying their best. Oh, now you gotta make those shots, but Infinity's here, finding the angle down to half HP for the both of them, but he gets an angle back through, gets a turnaround, but it's not enough. It's Humble is there from the top side, and it's the third party once again that steals it away.
Beautifully done, Humble. Sophia there with a great little angle up there. Perfectly done. Just going to be snatching that one kill away from the rest of the other teams over there. Yeah, they're going to be quite happy with that, sitting up on top of those cliffs.
Yeah, even here now, Farvoice making their rotation in onto Armed Family, towards this Painan area, stepping back up the base. My decision to avoid that roadside would be concerning to see that, but I think they should have maybe moved up a bit sooner, because they may have been spotted also by Armed Family, could have also been spotted by the rest of those members down in Painan, so they have to be moving in deeper now, and as the correct decision to make that deeper rotation in, will be able to grab themselves up just below the mountainside here, this compound, or should I say series of buildings, really. But they do have to be careful. Inside the zone for now, they do have to make sure that they get out of this area. If it does also get pinned, it could be a bit difficult if teams do rotate out Painan in towards this area. It all depends really where this zone goes, remember, on this island side. Is it going to go towards that north mountain? Then it might become a problem for that rotation for Farvoys.
Yeah, it might. It's not really a great compound to stay in. It's one that you kind of just visit and then move along because he said it's so easy to get stuck, very stuck, because you go, we have the compound, it's all open around us, it's the third party, no one's going to be able to touch. The problem with that is now you're not able to get out because those teams, understanding that area, how open it is, they do the cover on the edges area, and now there's no for you. So it's a very, very tricky spot to really hold for long.
Yeah, and maybe they have the ravine, but it's going to have the hope here for Vias because they are up against Rise of Queens and it's not going well for them. Already 2 down. Vendetta takes a shot inside the shack, but it's Cupquake here to get what they came for, to buy out the final elimination point. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It's a slow finish. One trying to find it, but they won't get it, and it's a complete wipe of the VS team.
Wow. Right after that win on Miramar as well, just going out a little too early there. 15th place for them, so they got a few kills on board, but yeah, way too early for the winners of last match to really do much with it. So that's a big shame coming through. You always want to see momentum growing there. They just weren't able to quite maintain that momentum in the face of Rise of Queens, but Rise of Queens are rising to the occasion for now at least, and they've got that spot, so they've gained a safe passage across that river and onto the island.
KSA Ladies still also making quiet work here inside of this game, moving around now towards that northern side too. S2G, including that, will also make themselves a little bit more comfortable towards the L compound there just below Stalber Hill. So setting up new positions for all of these teams. It's a little bit closer into the zone. I like S2G's spot, and I like what they're doing right now. They've got 2 members up front, but they're not fully committing all those members. You can see the Blacklight up there. They've also got 2 on the back end as well. You've got 1 on the other side. So they're trying to explore their options here, S2G, on how to rotate in onto this zone and get a better position for themselves from the edge.
They absolutely are, and you love to see a great example of not getting tunnel visioned, not looking only forward. They're keeping a really watchful eye on that boot camp hill as well, because they know that any second a team is going to come over there. And on the back as well, you know, all those that traffic from ruins, from all those sorts of little areas like that, they're going to be coming through there. So really great watchfulness on the part of S2G there.
Humble Dolls as well, looking over Nexus. Armed Family there as well. Just kind of eyeing up the position, but Humble, a good spot for themselves so far on the mountain. Looks like the mountain is in play here as well, Neptune. So it could be a case of Humble just trying to control this as long as they possibly can. Yeah. However, it isn't fully in play. You can see that tip of the northern zone is there, so it means it's slightly more towards those buildings to the south of that northern island. This Game Lords have found 1 rotation wide, and that would be 1 punished. It's unfortunately there to the side of Livion, losing 1.
Yeah, that's a shame for Livion. They've been doing some really good moves today so far. Just trying to be very quiet, very casual with it. Few teams actually still alive that we've not heard much from. KSA being one of those, but they were still alive quite late on into the Miramar game as well. So they're being very, very quiet when it comes to today, just trying to get those consistent points and sneak in where they can, which is a great strategy. You know, if the aggression isn't working, then try just sneaking in, using it, timing it, all that sort of stuff to us. Could work very, very well in their favor. At the moment, though, they have been found by Humble, and it's not going well.
Unfortunately, yeah, the knock-on effect, right? But Game Lord, oh my goodness me, Kiki completely shuts down Game Lord's entrance. A double wipe off the face of that mountainside. Kiki's going down. Kiki feels herself, but knows, no, I have to get back to their team. Livion now eliminated was also that team initially they were going for, and Game Lord reset now, will not be allowed that third party, and this is what you want to see from that flanking wide member side of Kiki to stop those third parties in.
Yes, you do. And now she's looking for more. She knows they're down there. She knows they're reviving. Such a steep hill to try and come off of. It's so difficult. Diavola's got her buggy though, and she's going to be, I think this is going to be, this can move away from this area completely. Hopefully Ellie has her own vehicle that she can get away in. I don't know that she does though. This might be just a kind of a bait move while the rest get away. Might sacrifice Ellie entirely. Unfortunately for Humble here though, that great position up onto those cliffs is no longer available to them. The zone has gone down to that south side, down to the river, to S2G and Blacklight actually. So Humble might not have such a fantastic position as they did before.
S2G though, they have to be worried though. This position isn't in the L compound. It's just past the bridge. So actually Blacklight have a great spot for themselves right now in this zone. You can see Game Lord, they tried to make a wide rotation down, and Blacklight have completely surrounded them, and it's awful for Game Lord, but it's great for Blacklight. Those extra points being handed to him in a silver platter. Ozorox as well. Desperately now trying to make these rotations all the way though from this South Island. It could be a little bit late, you could argue, to be able to get in onto this zone.
It is just a little bit, but luckily for her, there's no one really on that eastern side of her, so she could find a way to sneak in there. I mean, we saw Sally in Miramar. She got rid of, or tried to get rid of, one of the Our Family girls, so she can definitely hold her own in a sticky situation. So she's probably their best bet. But oh no, speaking of Our Family, it looks like it's going to be these two all over again.
Alfina finds the angle behind. Will just give away the information. Is unfortunately Sally, this late rotation costs you when you don't have anywhere to go. You have to just find somewhere and hope that no one has it. Nexus, so they do get taken out, and Rook will be able to find that elimination, but they are also fighting this blue. You can see stage 5, we said in the game before, it's gonna sting when you're stuck out like this. You can't really stop to heal. You get stuck in, you get trenched down by teams shooting at you, and there's unfortunately only one way in this game, and it's out and eliminated.
Yeah, that's such a shame. This hill is so punishing for so many teams. You get caught out on that, it's no bueno. It's a no-go. Nexus trying their best in Sandhawk's version of a shack. It's equally bad over there, so I think Nexus have some time. Oh, but maybe not. An excellent little knock there, but now going to be swept away with the rest of them, and it looks like Game Lord's going to be eliminated, but somebody fell in the kill feed I just saw.
Indeed they did, but it happens to the best of us, as we say, especially in this time when it calls for desperate measures. Sometimes it's better to give the kill away. It was all intentional. Just believe it, and that's all you need to do. Just believe. As Humble Dolls is coming in onto the center. This is a bad position. They've got to believe it. That for sure themselves too. Is Sophia already knocked down? They're trying their best to stop Blacklight, also desperately coming in. Sophia's going to be grabbed up by Far Voice as well, so it's not even going to be Danaz who gets it. Wills to come to the zone for stopping it long enough inside of it for that knock. And down to 1. Blacklight, Ayumi also going to fall away to S2G. They'll grab the elimination. Danaz as well. So it's 2 remaining for them. Right on the edge still, have nowhere to run.
Yeah, nowhere at all. But tell you what, we were bashing Far Voice Gaming's choice of spot just a little bit there earlier on, and it's worked out in this case. It's one of the few times that we were like, you know, in this sort of instance, yes, it would work, but it normally doesn't go over there. It won't go over there. Well, it's gone over there, hasn't it? Not quite as central as they would have liked. They will have to do that eventually, but they can certainly farm up as many kills as they can in the process, though. So kudos to them for getting that.
Yeah, I think they got very lucky though with the zone, right? I mean, if that zone went up to the mountainside, you can see a completely opposite end of the spectrum. You're trying to come uphill, you've got teams shooting at you from the tower, you've got teams shooting at you from the mountain, you got teams shooting at you from here, from the front, which they're trying to control right now. But as S2G step forward, they have this hillside, but KSA, still the 3-man squad, still strong in this final 5. It found S2G. They're trying to shoot them down. S2G, they really are in a spot above. They get the smokes down quick because KSA, they've spotted your position. They've already found one. They're trying their best to revive for now. As Renata is on their own. Blacklight as well sends Malak into the solo play as Humble will pick up another.
Oh, this could be a good nade, though. Oh, yes, it could be an excellent nade. Oh, my goodness. And it is? Yes.
Yeah,
done.
I mean, one direction out of that blue. They predicted it. Humble Dolls. Smart play to fire forward into the way that they were wanting to run. 11 eliminations for them. Trying to find it. That zone going straight to Far Voice, right? I mean, that is the epitome, quite frankly, I'm sure, of RNG. Is S2G Humble. They've got to make it across this open field. Yeah. But I have a feeling the winner has been decided, but it's who grabs second in that nade. Yeah. Tickled all of them. One over to the right. They're trying their best to get them. Beautiful. Yes, it is. It's going to be a massive one from S2G. That's what you're looking for to get in onto this second position. Yep. Elima immediately moves away from the spot to avoid the fire. Right, though, into stage 7's grasp. And will be taken out by KSA. KSA securing the second place, but very quickly dispatched of by Far Voice. The chicken dinner goes to them, but yeah, gotta believe the gods were on them for that.
Yeah, they really, really were. I always say, you know, yes, you can get zone blessed. It's what you do with it that matters. They really, really had a fantastic game coming in there. But man, oh man, that was such a rare zone for them to get that zone in that compound. Oh my goodness, that never, ever happens. I was like, we are going to be in for some really interesting at rotations while everybody else gets them. But no, it wasn't that way. They did, in fact, it's one of the smallest elimination that we've seen so far for a win. 4, I think that is the smallest. But hey, a win is a win. That is what matters. So, gee, Far Voice for grabbing that from Sandhawk.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed because they were challenging that top 3. So the consistency that we asked for is there, whether you take it in terms of eliminations or placement points. But KSA, you also got to make sure that they too snatched a second place are recognised, I'm sure, because they started with 3, got that first blood in the game, and continued that positional pressure that they had on them to get quickly over that bridge, to get a position in that zone, and to actually stop teams like S2G from having a comfortable position in those final stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just had to really have an awareness of your surroundings as well to really make sure you had every angle down and you were getting everybody so they couldn't get you. It's really a very defensive position to play from, and they did it so well.
Yeah, and to check out those standings as well, it will be S2G, as we said, on the overall top position because they did get that massive grenade into the end to help them get those 11 eliminations, even though they only got the 5 positional points. And Humble, they're also in 15 points, getting themselves their own 11 eliminations. I mean, Kiki did wonders versus Game Lord alongside the rest of that team to stop that secondary push also from the side of Livion.
Yeah, absolutely. And Highland, does this count as your prediction? Because S2G did win.
Look, I said it. Okay, look, I didn't believe it, but this is a time when you just say that actually it was because I said so that S2G were going to win in terms of the most points. So you could argue that there was wider aspect to the term they were going to win, quote unquote, when they got the most points and not the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And hey, Humble coming in second there as well for those match points. So honestly, I'm seeing we did well here. It was a double whammy.
Exactly. See, they just should listen to us more often. We're obviously always right, Neptune.
Always.
Is also, to be fair, as we check out the rest of now the kill or the eliminations, I say those top 5, no surprise, I think, to see a bunch of those S2G players and the Humble players. But also, I was going to mention that at the end of that results Blacklight, right, getting that 4th position overall in the match. Also, Nads getting those 5 elimination points, doing their own work. It was quiet. I think it got a bit desperate towards the end when they realized they'd spent a lot of time focusing on those eliminations, didn't have the position in the zone, but before that, worked very well out for them.
Yes, it really did. They played that so well. It's just a very common thing you see. I mean, it's happened to me so often where you go, oh no, I'm outside of zone and I don't have enough time to get inside. So yeah, it's a bit of a desperate play at the end there that, it just, that happens sometimes. So very well done to them though, because they had a very decent game.
Yeah, 2,000 damage as well, though, gonna top the chart. Still 2,100 from Humble takes the top spot, and there is Blacklight, as we said, also putting in a lot of work. But overall, there is still a fair amount going in terms of 4 eliminations, 713 for the Rise of Queens. Maybe could have gotten a bit more, but the poke damage as well, you have to encounter a fact. I think generally, though, what I'm seeing, which is something I quite like in these graphs, is a lot of the teams have a lot of damage overall. And I think you could say, well, on one hand, it's maybe not as conservative as a higher up game, quote unquote, that these teams are fighting more. But also it's down to, I think, the fact that the changes to the points, right? That we can mention again to say that the eliminations are just much more valuable for these teams to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's so much more work you're actually having to put in order to achieve that top 8 positions. So the kills become much more of a priority because you've got to clear rather than just waiting for the position, playing for position. You've got to make that position come to you now. So in order to get 8th, you want the spot, you want to go out at least in 8th. You got to make sure these teams go out before that. So you got to clear them out yourself. And I think that's a real switch in mentality that this point system has put in place for these teams, and it's working wonders overall, I think.
Indeed, and also something that needs to happen is Rise Divas stepping up, because they've now been knocked down to 5th position. Is STG and Farvoys have secured even that 3rd position now for themselves, as we said, with that consistency that they've been showing through today. And even KSA now very close to that 14th position, but still need a little bit more from them after that 2nd place performance on the Sandhawk. Hopefully, though, coming back to a wrangle a bit more natural, maybe for these teams to go back to the basics, to go back to the comfortability of what they know.
Yeah, perhaps we might see that, but we might see just a little extra intensity as well as, coming down from Sandhawk straight down to an Erangel. It's kind of hard, so we might see a little bit that Sandhawk kind of leak into Erangel a little bit and make it a little bit more intense for us all. But yeah, anything could happen at this point. Halfway through, we're now halfway through the 3 days these teams have now officially. So yeah, the pressure's really stepping up for many of these teams.
Yep, got to see how they perform though on Erangel. Is going to hit another break, and we'll be right back with you after the highlights.
Greetings.
Time go, lost in space, superhero vibes up. your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. If you want more, we let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move, where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. Put your hands up if you want more. We let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move, where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way.
Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power.
Welcome everyone back to what is now Game 4 and a wrangle coming up of the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. Myself, Hannah Wolf and Neptura beside me. If you also want to get in on the action at home, you can do so and get rewards. If you didn't see the ad, well, what are you watching for? Because Catchy Shop is a trusted platform for topping up your gaming accounts. Get the UC for your PUBG Mobile account in Catchy Shop. It's cheaper, faster, and even more secure. Catchy Shop get our great prices guaranteed. Now, Neptura coming into game number 4, what is guaranteed is that we're starting to finally see a bit more action. Yes. I saw the pushes, I saw the fighters trying to come in. Unfortunately, the zone kind of went a little bit towards the quiet end of the game. So now we've got good early game, good mid game. Just need the zone to make sure we get that big whopping end game.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Yeah, come on, PUBG. Don't let us down on this one, because things like that are outside of the team's jurisdiction. So we really gotta get those, get whoever's controlling that zone, get them on our side, because we need some interesting hard shifts. I want to see a big hard shift on this one, because I don't think we've had really interesting first zone hard shifts where we get loads of water and things like that. But we've not gotten hard shifts later on in the game, and that's where it gets really, really interesting. So I'm looking out for that this time around.
I'm a little bit notorious for when I cast to give kind of hard zones. So a few times before, there's a few casters that would probably agree to this statement about me. So I'm thinking in my mind. So gotta trust that I've got 3 games left of evil energy to give to these players. So I was thinking, you know, what I've seen before of it would be really lovely if you were thinking hard zones. You get that peninsula just on the south between Pachinki and Farm, right? That you come over and you've got like the flat just before the South Island, just where kind of Humble are right now. And then the zone is there, right? Zone is 50-50. Bang! 50-50, snap down into bottom end of Novo Island.
Yes.
Completely 16 teams running over, swimming over down to bottom end. That's what you want. That's what we are after. The hunger for this.
Yes, that is evil. That is an evil zone, but I love it. I want to see it. Sophia looks like she might actually be preparing, going off on her own down there. Oh, boo hiss.
Yes, exactly.
PUBG.
And just a standard. Just how evil the standard middle of the center of a wrangle zone. But to be fair, it is good because it also, in a way, gets to show what these teams can do in terms of the playing path was good enough, the zone is good, there's no complaining that the first zone wasn't in your favor, and it is now down to your position, your rotations in the early game into that mid to set up that kind of phase 2, that phase 3 mark.
Absolutely. Vias loved the choice here with the Car 98. You're a girl after my own heart with that sniper on your back, but you're looking a little surrounded, Vendetta. There is Rise Divas all the way around, and they're actually coming for you. So where's the rest of the team? They need to be coming over ASAP and get rid of a couple of these players, because Vendetta's days may be numbered against 3 of these team players.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of more a sniper gal. Like, is that what you are? Like, because I feel I'm more go in blaze it. So I'm like, if I could have an Uzi and then like maybe even 2 Uzis, like a Scorpion, you know, in hand, that's exactly what I'm after. I mean, I'm basically Rise Divas right now. I'm just one man mission. Run it down. If you get them, you get them. If not, well, you didn't get them.
Yeah. True. Oh, down so quickly. Yep, that's gonna be Vendetta out of there. But yeah, no, I started off playing PUBG on really, really high ping, so close range was never really an option for me. This feels like we've seen this film before, Highland.
We have. Is this the sequel? Is it already come out in cinemas just now? I mean, Nexus, name a more iconic duo, right? Early elimination, first blood for Nexus, and unfortunately Ozo. They're back at it again. They just didn't catch on to the fact that the original, they were cooking up a second.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And it's like, I think that was Ibs as well. That's the exact same player who went down the first time. So, wow, they just really wanted a repeat of whatever was going on over there. But, Game Lord and Far Voice. Oh, this could be a very interesting fight coming in here over on Ferry Pier.
Yeah, around the pier itself, particularly. I've not really seen an early game so much of a fight around here.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Far Voice, one of them is still swimming. The rest of them are swimming, actually. They get all just 4 fishes in the water.
Oh,
Game Lord, that's your own team member, I'm afraid. That one doesn't count as elimination, as the rest of them are coming over. And that has given time, with all respect, though, for the rest of Far Voice to get in onto that pier. So it's now maybe going to be a bit more tricky for them to ensure that they get themselves a clean fight, which is what they were hoping for earlier. Now, also Rise Divas moving from one elimination of Vias into their next. They found Vendetta. They've already now knocked a second, and they're hunting for the full squad. And I like this aggression coming through from them. Get back into that top 3. That's what they needed.
Yeah, absolutely, Rise Divas. They're knowing that they gotta do some shenanigans to get back up there. So shenanigans they will do. Oh, but poor Far Voice Gaming. You always have to really feel for teams that get stuck out in the water like this. I mean, it's just such a difficult place to be in.
I sympathize to a point because we only just started. I mean, the parachutes, unless they made a mistake and they parachuted into the water, I don't know why they're all 4 members there, though, Neptune. That does puzzle me. In the first 3 minutes that they're swimming like this. Risky. Maybe thought that someone wouldn't be around Ferry Pier, but they were. And unfortunately for the side of Rise Divas, also eliminated off the back there to the side of Vias. So Vias actually coming out with the refight and managing to get all 4 of those members. Big turn for them. And for the rest of Rise Divas, that will really sting because now they're stuck 5th position, getting no points out of this game really, but the one elimination they had before, and that's them going to be for sure further down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that they don't, that they hold on to the position they currently have. These other teams still looking very, very good. The teams, especially around them in that leaderboard, looking like they're going to be making some decent points today. So that's a real shame for Rise Divas. That's not something you want to see. I have a theory about this Far Voice Gaming decision here. I think they dropped at the same time and found that Game Lord had already kind of landed and gotten some weapons. So they tried to book it to Ferry Pier, get this boat, but Game Lord came after them. There's like, why else would they come over here of their own accord? Because who goes to Ferry Pier early?
Yes, but also you can see the parachutes early on. So I think the game lord just said, look, they're out of position. They shouldn't be allowed to cross into this way. For the boat, we can get the guns, we can move over quick enough, and we can get them down. And unfortunately for Farvoice, at that point you could argue, well, even landing on the land with a fist versus a gunfight is easier, because at least you can fight back.
Right.
Here, you're just swimming.
The water is just such a difficult place you can't do much with it at all. So yeah, real shame for Farvoice, because they've been looking really strong so far.
Yeah, unfortunate start for them. Really not sure what went on, but to say the least, Blacklight, at least now, in amongst a bunch of these teams, Vias and also S2G, all kind of moving in for the same compound. Interestingly enough, S2G have found a slight bit of a reprieve in their own building down towards this farm side, and Blacklight looking for one, but a nade straight over into the face. Though Blacklight doing the same onto Mary, then they will find them. The second nade grabs the extra bit of the health bar, and now Renata, unfortunately left to their own, is Amy stepping in. Just one more shot will do it. There it goes, and Renata going away into the night.
What a shame for S2G. What is happening to these girls? I mean, we saw glimpses of them coming back in day 1, but so far for day 2, just not quite getting there. Yeah, off they go. Just have to keep on going as a duo this early in. Is just not a great start to their wrangle.
Yeah, and it's really, again, another flank coming through from the side of Blacklight. Well played. We saw it before today. Again, it happens where you distract with one member, they get tunnel vision down, and then suddenly it's the real threat from behind, which is what they really had to worry about. And Renetta not there to cover. Renetta was supposed to cover that behind side, and not being able to do so really cost them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a real shame. But on the other side of that, Blacklight been really stepping up, getting some really sneaky little angles and some great communication to actually perform those kinds of maneuvers on to teams like S2G. So very, very well done to Blacklight. I like what I'm seeing from them today.
Indeed. I mean, Blacklight really stepping up, I think, considering they had okay performances. They had a 3rd place twice in a row, Sanhok and Arankle, but outside of that, and mediocre first game, it wasn't so good for them. 41 points in total. Sure, it's an alright day, but it's not where you want to be, considering that you could be up into the 70s, the 80s if you have a really good day. So about halfway there, getting good points now for themselves, one more. And I think definitely clean play coming through from them. Just coming back to the basics and focusing on those foundations of we'll focus with one, we'll come around with two, the other one comes and supports those two moving around the back, as well as also having a slight angle ahead of vision on where maybe the rest of SGG are wanting to rotate on, and just having that foundation works well for them. Now it's going to have to work well. Again, it's going to be Baskia here, though.
Yes, indeed. I love Gemi Bassi's priorities were straight trying to grab that car skin, one of the other players, and getting that car skin for her, but now the attention turns over to Blacklight, and Blacklight, it's a difficult position here for Gemi Bassi because of that road, because their position, Blacklight's position, is so strong up there in that compound. I don't know if they really want to take that fight when they could fairly easily just escape there via the beach and go on their merry way. I don't know if they really want to do this.
Yeah, I don't agree, I think, with this fight. I think it's a case of just kind of using the slight dip on the rocks there to move the vehicles past in towards Milter, especially considering, look, they're not inside the zone either. So taking this fight is a bit unnecessary, considering they could have moved further before Blacklight took this position. Now Blacklight have repositioned around the front. They've stopped them from moving this way. Loina almost fell down as well. That would have been a disaster if Nada could not have been revived. So they're very fortunate, actually, that the front side pressure of Milena was able to hold enough for the back to get in time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is beautifully played by Blacklight. Where have they been all this time? Because we saw a great fight onto S2G, a great fight onto Vias as well, and now we're seeing it onto Gemi Bassi with these. Look at this 3.21. It's fantastic from him.
Gemi Bassi, though, stepping up. They're still determined. They're going to take this fight.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I might have just sent it down to the other end of the beach and gone round into the zone, but credit to them, they won the eliminations. And meanwhile, KSA ladies back to cycling again. Off they go, back into the apartments, and oh my goodness, April, she was only just wanted to go on the bike, and they turned around on her. Oh, it's a disaster. Is Livia there?
Yeah, it is indeed. That's going to be at least an ability to grab that revive. But yeah, I don't know. Amy, is she really going to be able to be rezzed here? I don't think so.
Absolutely
No,
not. She is very
out.
gone. As Lorna is stepping up. With all respect, Blacklight may have overstayed. 1 vs 2 for Lorna. Care stepping up clutch for themselves. Denise was already out of that fight. Trusted they would get the 1 vs 2. But look at Blacklight, both in the zone. They're getting absolutely sprayed down. Purple is there as well to step onto the final one. Can they find it? Yes, they can. The long range grabs the 4th, and Blacklight all down. But Gemi Bassi are in tatters after that skirmish.
They are indeed, but what a comeback. Great turnaround. I almost think, and I understand what they were trying to do there, right? Blacklight were like, okay, the zone's coming in. We don't like this pressure. We need to finish this up and go. They're kind of sat. They can't really do much. Just push them. I get that. But at the same time, that was incredibly rushed. And a little more seconds, another 30 seconds, like would have done it, 10, 15 seconds even, would have done it and really put the nail in the coffin. But they just rushed a little too soon, I think, just a little bit. And it's just such a shame because they were doing so well. There's some really great logic coming in their plays, and they just messed it ever so slightly there. But GG's anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blacklight, the real fault was them coming out of the buildings, right? They had the compound, they had it in the edge of the zone.
True.
And I would argue that the pressure was on them, Gemi Bassi, right, to move in. So not actually... You could argue, well, they got a knock right. They were trying to push the advantage. And I think in that case, it worked for them, as Nexus girls are here, should I say, also taking on Rook. And taking on to an extent is they've already lost 1. They're losing maybe a second here as they find the revive, but Infinity straight back down under. Divine's trying to revive the one up top. Is unfortunately Shazadi maybe will be found if Nexus girls cannot keep themselves at bay enough, but Rook are having a full frontal assault on the rest of the front line of Nexus. They will find themselves down, but Divine will try to clutch it back up, looks for the 1v1, looks for the 1v2, grabs it away. Divine keeps themselves alive in this game.
Very, very well done from Divine there. Yeah, no one was looking at him. She was just able to sneak up around the back, but no, she's not even able to get the res on her teammates because there's somebody in third party that got that angle. Yeah, it is going to be Humble Dolls getting that little angle over there. What a shame. A bit of a hollow victory in some ways for Nexus there with that third getting just taken away from him. But what a great little bit of bait play as well. I think Rook maybe got just ever so slightly tunnel visioned in the confusion and the chaos of what was going on. They weren't able to keep track of every player of Nexus, and definitely Divine took that and ran.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, though, inside the zone, Rise of Queens, I saw it as that zone changed. They've got a beautiful position right in the center here, just below the school, and quite happy with this roadside, controlling both ends. Cupquake as well, got the 2-2 split with Elise. That's exactly what you're really kind of looking for. It's about the vehicle placement, though, where they're going to go. I mean, maybe looking to kind of move towards this front side, as you can see moving round. So they're actually going to make a 4-man front and try to control this more open space, which in one hand is nice, but I think they also need to make sure that they're controlling that hillside behind them. There's an argument to be made that the hillside could be too much, and maybe they feel that way, fair enough, but now that does leave one side which teams can enter in on, and not really as pressured now by the side of Rise of Queens.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta make sure you have all those areas around you, and that's what comes to, I think, a team reference and what they feel their abilities are, because certain will need more awareness of the teams around you, of the space around you. Something like school or apartments, definitely apartments more so than school, I feel, really need that awareness of what's going around you. Somewhere more secure, like a Yasnaya, center Yasnaya position, not so much. You've got a little bit more cover there, a little less direct threat. You're going to see them coming from a little farther away. So really depends on what you're good at, how comfortable you are at surround sound, that you want to choose your positions wisely, but I don't think she knew they were there.
Yeah, family stepping in, but doesn't matter. They'll find a 1v1 anyway. Raids just could not find the angle in. Stepped back in for a second round. Got took down. And on family, they had to support there in the back end, but Livion won't make that mistake again. Kimka, very far away, has an angle of some sort, but isn't there for support. I mean, on family, if Livion are rushed, that far angle isn't going to do all too much realistically with the buildings to block, but Livion as well going to lose a second anyways. Reaped is hunting them down like a ghost, and they have not found anything until it's too late.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame. Just came in a little bit too close, a little too forward, and just got out on the exit of the vehicle. Well, you never want to do that because there was nothing she could do about it. She tried to get out, but, you know, you can't handle your weapon and get out of a car at time, so it just was not in the works for them. That's such a shame. But now, all of a sudden, Livion had such a great look. Oh, she's not even going to med up. Oh, yes, she is. All right. Just didn't see the animation for it. But, yeah, had such a great handle on Rozhawk, and all of a sudden, just down 2-1. It's a shame.
Indeed. Only one more first aid. They're not going to be long for this world. Here is Armed Family. They've done their work. They're just going to move back out and back into the zone. Rise of Queens, you can see, though they had a good position. That zone moved very hard, it looks like, towards that northwesterly end. So Rise of Queens, they're now going to have to brave what they didn't want to brave and what they were trying to hold on to, which was this open field in front of them. Very difficult to keep an eye out, but they do have the vehicles. They have multiple there, so it should be a case of just running in. But then Gemibasi are in front, and they do have that slight hill ahead, and they have that defense.
Oh, they do indeed. This is one of my very favorite areas. I love where the zone's going here. One of my very favorite areas of Erangel. I'm not a compound person. I'm not a house person. I get confused and pressured very easily in those like close fight situations. So this is where I do pretty well in games. So I'm really happy to see, you know, zones go this way because I enjoy these kinds of zones. And these little hills and rocks and everywhere are exactly where I love to go. So really nice to see these being used here. Armed Family got a great spot. Unfortunately, just a little bit out of zone, but hey, if you're a little bit out of zone, you can ignore it for a little while because look at the damage being done to Rise of Queens. It's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they even pushed away Gemibasi from Rise of Queens as well. I think props to Gemi to understand that they has had to get out of there. Judging by Rise of Queens also could come in at the same time, then you're really in a bot above us. So Armed Family putting a lot of pressure down on these teams. Cakes as well going to try to move out. Now that that area is being cleaned, Gemibasi as well going to lose Milena to Game Lord as they pick up a knock in the elimination feat.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Comes back straight. Full circle is, unfortunately, though Milena should be claimed. They are very far away and Rise of Queens are coming in.
Yeah. And Humble as well. Oh, dear. Gemibasi being in this little dip here is not going to do them any favors in just a second. They got to be very, very careful of how they do this. But Nexus, going out there. I was like, no way. No one saw her proning out there. Wait, Humble now coming in. Who's up on that, up by, oh, it's Fate. Fate are up by Watertown, and they are looking very nice indeed inside that zone.
Yeah, it's going to sit quiet and wait for the rest of these teams to fight out in the open for them. Waste the utilities around these fights. Waste, maybe not so much if they can find elimination points, though. Is Humble, will lose one. They've almost lost the second as Reds. Healing back up. back to 75%, but the nades won't stop coming. You can see Delphia lands another one. Barely gets behind it in time. And Red's looking for her own, finds one in return. That's how you do it. Rise of Queens. Red's got the spot. And it's Kiki as well. The information, keep in mind, coming from this player. Reds can use this, utilize it to snipe off Rise. Another one going in that direction, but the vehicle, I believe, blocked it. Bez comes the second, will be cooked, but Reds did not see that one coming over the hill. Sophia is also down in Humble, trying to keep maybe too many players off of this zone, and they found themselves in a peculiar position.
Yeah, I mean, they've done honestly such a good job so far because look how sandwiched they are. I mean, it's so difficult to actually keep up out of that and to remain as a duo and all of that for so long has been really, really nice. But yeah, down she goes at the end of the day. Sandwich position so hard to actually come out of, so no surprise there, but very well done in the meantime to actually survive as long as she did, but Ozarok's not.
Ozarok's trying to hold on in this game, desperate for a match, a few points under their belts in Watertown. Zara's just going to bleed away. Is Ozarok's is not looking great for them. Down to 2 is Fate Esports as well. A full squad looking for the nade over the top. Zebra knocked. Will be punished. There goes the health bar, putting more pressure here on Hazal. The second one will come in. Should claim them if Hazal does not go forward in.
Ooh, I mean, this is where the zone started to have favorites now. Fate have been here this whole time, been so quiet, so calculated, and yet the zone goes over to Armed Family. So it'll be a little bit of a difficult time now for Fate to come in, but now Rise of Queens just full sent into zone, leaving Gemi Bassi out here. I mean, Loina, I don't know. She's just going to have to do something or do nothing. I mean, top 6, not the worst position to be in. They've got quite a few points up there, so perhaps it's best to go out to the...
Yeah, I don't think giving away the elimination point, if you can help it, give it to the zone. If you know there's nothing else you can do, just heal up and pray that you can survive long enough for that extra points. For esports... Still, though, that 4-man, you said that zone is just been going towards him. It really has been. His Armed Family snipe off the back line.
Yeah, very nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. Rise to Queen, how as is S2G. Somehow they're there. I don't know how they've managed it, but they are top 5. It's just Alina, I think. Right next to Ozarok's, who are also still here. So there's a few teams that we're not used to seeing in the top 5. They are actually here, and that's really nice because that means some much needed points for these teams.
Right, and as Ozarok's are here, Azal still there, but Azal, someone's going to need him surely eventually. There they come, they found them. There goes Azal. Fate do finally claim it, but a lot of nades used to try and get that one member. Is Zera looking with one smoke to their name for something here. One grenade, should I say. Is that will be Sally as well. 2 smokes here. Holding on. Trying to use what they can. Molly forwards. Fate will not step back. Was a far Molly. And Fate can push forward in. 3 members. Sally trying their best. They hold on a 1v1 before. 1v3 seems a little unfair. They're trying, but the wall blocks the shot. Sally goes down. And now Zera all on their own. Zera blowing up by S2G was lying in wait, and there they go.
There they go indeed. A valiant effort coming through from them, but yeah, they had all the right ideas, but it's just they got overpowered at every turn, so that's a bit of a shame there. But hey, top 5 for them, and I think a couple of kills at least, so looking pretty good on their side. But looking at Fate continuing to have such a hold on the rest of the lobby here. Looking really good so far, up to 5 eliminations, up from those 2 that we saw at the beginning of the end phase. And STG is somehow, again, managing to escape their call for long, I don't think. She's out in zone and she's only got the sneak to do. That's her only option.
Fate's just looking total control of this game here, Neptura. I don't see how they could possibly lose this game. Cast a curse it just at the end. Just for the pick.
Yeah, lovely.
It's Rise of Queens. Still coming in, though. 3 members. They could do some work to Fate if any team could. Cupquake trying to get the vehicle forward. A bit late for the vehicle, I would say. But can use it as a blockade up on this hill, which I assume is what it's going to be there used for. Is Elise also eyeing up, using the smokes, using the molly, buying a little bit of extra breathing room, a bit of extra line of sight for themselves.
Yeah.
Fate also behind the smokes, snaking their way in. The hoo-ha looking to snipe someone away. It's the smokes disappear. Now Rise of Queens have been spotted, but the hoo-ha's not quick enough. Steps up, mistake. Needed to fire and is put down. Sarah also snaking away. The smokes will dissipate against Den as a Linamam will be there for S2G, but not found yet. More smokes given away. Defensive maneuvers, but they've been spotted. Sarah's down. There goes the second. The movement give away the sound cues. Chardin is in no man's land now. The smokes have gone. They found nobody. And suddenly Fate, the caster curse has come to life. They're losing the players.
Oh my goodness. There they go. They're out. S2G picks Silent Kill. Oh no.
I'm so sorry, Fate Esports. Don't know what to say. Really.
Yeah, that all just went so terribly wrong. So quickly. You know, I was thinking this whole time, you know, what if Rise, if they want to be really sneaky, really like out there with it, they could just overrun Arm Family and get that that angle onto Fate that way, but they didn't need to, and in fact the zone is letting them do that, do exactly
they're going through.
Oh no! Just before she got S2G.
And S2G run over, put away into the second place. And the second chicken dinner of the day for Rise of Queens here. And it's looking like we may have a team looking for the crown once more.
Yes. Yes, for sure. I mean, my goodness. Top 3 go to finals, and that's the way to do it. Get onto the top of this leaderboard. Make yourselves known. Put say, y'all better not mess with us. We're here for our champions title for a second season running. We're here for it. And what I'll do that. A fantastic game to snatch it. I mean, they shouldn't really have won that considering the position they were in before. They just full sent it into that final second to final zone or whatever it was. They just full sent it. There's no way they should have been able to hold on to any of that ground, and yet they flipped it on its head and got the whole thing. I mean, they went 3 teams, one of which was a full squad, which at the time they were not. So really, really well done by Rise of Queens there.
Yeah, they did have, though, that little dip, and I think that's what cost them that win, which is they were patient, they waited for those smokes to clear, they had the line of sight as well as every other team there onto Fate, because keep in mind, Fate were looking strong, but the moment those smokes dissipate, that's when everyone can see them once more. They weren't quick enough off the mark to get rid of Rise of Queens. Rise of Queens got rid of them, and from there, Arm Family got pushed away as only a 2-man squad, and STG solo at the end of the day tried their best, got the second place. That's all you can hope for, really.
Well, like, for a solo is that second place. If you're not going to get the win, which is highly unlikely against, you know, a team going with that momentum forward with more players, I mean, second place is the best you could possibly do. Great job by STG, and I feel for Arm Family just a little bit there, just because they had such a good spot, but at the end of it all, just when the attention was going to them and they could have made something happen, they were down to a duo. They didn't have any sort of position to work with, so it just was not the cookie didn't crumble in their direction. There we go. But yeah, Rise of Queens are going to snatch that one out with 20 total points, and Arm Family, as well as they did, I mean, that's quite a difference.
Yeah, I mean, our family have been up in the top of that leaderboard for all intents and purposes today. I mean, we saw them. I was looking at the stats earlier today, right, and researching up on his team, and they weren't that great in terms of the results on day one.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking
No,
at
they
them
were.
as maybe too much of a contender. And now 2 good games that we've seen already from today, they're getting the points and they're getting them enough to slowly climb up. And I think a middle of the pack team that we could see fight in phase number 2 for sure. And S2G, even now in the bottom right, S2G also fighting for that third position, currently in 4th. So got to see what they can do. But as we check out those eliminations, it is, of course, TÜRKIYE in that top spot with those 5 elims. Down, though, on family, also Freeps grabbing the 4. Even another of Riser Queens in Delphia with 3. Bologna with 3 there as well, and also Gelenam with, or Elenam, sorry, should I say, with 3 equally. Trying to find out the difference between when the tag and then the name actually starts, you know?
Yeah, it can be really difficult. I know it's so difficult sometimes to try and figure out which one's which at times. But again, really evenly spaced team kills here. I mean, we are seeing only 2 from the same team in this instance, but still 5 and 3, not half bad. And we know Freeps Arm Family 4 out of the 11 kills I think they got, or something of that nature. So yeah, still it's got to be very, very evenly across the rest of the team rather. So yeah, looking good. Oh my goodness, Fate the damage.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what's scary though? Is that not even the damage that we've seen is much before. Like, we've seen 2500s today, and the fact that we say 1700 is probably normal now for these matches. Seems a bit absurd to me, because I was also maybe a few months back saying that, well, 1300, 1200 was a bit insane already. So a lot being done when it comes to the fighting of these teams.
Yeah, a lot being done. And we've seen that in the 2022 season as well, where these girls, I came onto the women's scene and I was like, oh my God, the aggression coming through from these teams. They were all running those 1K, 1200, 1300 damage. It was already there with them, and this point system has just encouraged that. So we're seeing a huge increase, or a huge just overall damage from multiple teams here. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's really something to be said. I think also some really good things overall coming from these teams, and the results definitely echo that in terms of Rise of Queens, right? The way that they've been playing these games today, when they have done well, has been fairly good, I would say, actually, from this level of teams. That coming in, they've exceeded my expectations. There's 111 points for them. Gavin Bassey also still comfortable, of course, in the 85 mark, but S2G maybe not so comfortable, actually, should I say now, because now S2G climbing behind them, only 1 point away, and knocking out even their the side of Farvoy, should I say, because now with that unfortunate early exit down to 4th position, alongside Armed Family hunting for that position too.
Yeah, it's interesting just with the one game how we're seeing a little bit more of distance between it. I mean, all night we've been seeing it really, really close together, but now first and second actually looking pretty darn distant now. There's a little bit more than a game. There's a couple of games in there now, and even 4th through to 6th, they're not really catching up to 3rd yet. So it's interesting to see kind of like a little bit of a distance coming through there. Will we continue to see that distance coming into Miramar? I don't know. I mean, some different teams like different maps, and we got some pretty cool memes that are ready and waiting to show what they can do over on that map. So while we get all that ready for you and they get revved up to get a show put on for you, we're going to go into a little bit of a break, and we'll see you in a bit.
Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition: Western Europe, Turkey, the CIS, and the recently added MENA region. The tournament will officially begin on February 17th and last until March 9th. Let's check out this season's format. The teams will go through 2 phases before arriving at the final. A total of 32 teams will participate, who will break down into 2 groups of 16 teams each. Phase 1 will begin from the 17th of February. 18 matches will be played for 6 days by each group. By the end of Phase 1, the top 3 teams in each pool will qualify for the finals. The last 3 teams in each group will be disqualified, and teams from 4th to 13th position in each group will advance to the second phase of the competition. The second phase will involve 20 teams. These teams will split up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 20 games will be played in the 5-day round robin. The second phase will begin on the 23rd of February and last until the 2nd of March. In the end, the top 10 teams in the standings will advance to the finals, and the remaining 10 teams will be disqualified. And that's how we'll end up with our 16 finalist teams. The finals will last 4 days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL Season 2. We wish good luck to every team. Show your wonder power. Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Miramar time and game number 5 here on day 3 at the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. Myself, Palamove, and Neptura, of course, still with you. And Neptura, 2 more games to go. It was, though, just coming out of a second win of the day for Rise of Queens. And they're looking like they're far and away from everyone else on this leaderboard now.
Yeah, they are. They really are. So I'm wondering, are they actually going to be using this as impetus to continue this trajectory and get really, really ahead because it's not quite comfortable just yet? Or are they going to go, we've done our job for tonight. We know that we're safe for top three, and definitely safe three, let's say. So it could go, well, that's it for tonight, kind of mess around, see what works for the last games, and then come back on day three. I mean, either one I could see Rise of Queens absolutely doing. It just time will tell, I suppose, what they're going to be doing on Miramar.
Yeah, and gotta hope that now Miramar teams, I think, can definitely echo what they had in terms of performance, some of them. I mean, definitely looking back towards Via's team with their phenomenal Miramar game earlier in the day. But then also, Rise of Queens, they had their own moments, right, in that Miramar match. So, Armed Family were doing well too. So, it's these kind of teams that we're seeing, I think, today, time and time again, when you look back at it, right, that these are who we're looking at now again to perform once more.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so right. And honestly, mentioning Armed Family, I'm kind of thinking of them for this next Miramar win because they've been in that top five. They've been third. They've been second now. They're wanting that win. And generally, certainly in the last couple of days, we have been seeing teams that were second in one game go on to win the next. So I'm really looking at Armed Family, who are already quite good at Miramar, to be looking definitely for the win on this.
Yeah, I think another team that I'm really looking at, and I don't think this team specifically, but an organization that is known for Miramar wins, was S2G. Because S2G, I think, as a whole, I think them and Miramar, to see, though, if S2G can do well on Miramar is another story. Now, they did get 15 eliminations in their fifth game in day number one. They didn't get placement points. I don't know how they got 15 eliminations and still didn't get one placement point.
I know.
But they managed still to get a good amount.
Yes, they did. I mean, they wiped at least 2 squads within the first 5 minutes. It was absolutely, and though we can see just how much they can do in Miramar, they're quite willing to do it again. So yeah, another team to really, really look out for this game.
Yeah, and I think S2G, if we go back to day number one, this is when they really started to step up, right? They had a good game number one on day number one. Then game 5 and 6 were where it finally picked up after 2 0-point games. They had 15 eliminations here. Then they had 24 points in their Sanahawk game after. So this is where S2G, if anywhere, should come alive.
Right, they absolutely should. So let's see if they're going to do that. That zone, though, is a little bit debilitating to some of these teams. You know, quite a few of them like to go way up onto that northern side, and it's just not the case here unless they want a very long drive ahead. Miramar is not always the most pleasant, so, you know, sometimes you kind of go, well, we'll just go here. It's a little shorter and we don't have to drive so far, but looks like again we're going to be seeing a little bit of a hot drop over by Chubacera, and otherwise looking fairly balanced across the map.
Yeah, there are a few clusters of these teams beginning to grow in the early game, and the zone has gone over towards them, so a bit more inclined maybe to stay in the location that we're currently at. Minas del Val as well. Again, seeing Nexus going to potentially maybe getting first blood. I'm waiting for it, because it seems to have happened already 3 times today. They're even up towards that north side as well, maybe up towards the Picado hillsides. You've got S2G that we were looking at to Mary making their way down on a parachute, chilling out, doing a 360. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a little bit of a more relaxed time. But not so relaxed over on this side. Yeah, wait. Where is Rook in all of this? Oh, that is Rook. Oh my god, I'm so silly. I forgot Rook was the pink tag, so I'm like, that's not Rook. Where are they gone then? No, that is Rook. That is, in fact, that team. And so blood has been actually spilled there, but easily and very quickly reciprocated on the side of Nexus.
Yeah, and I like this from Rook, expecting that Nexus would be here again, not being felled so easily this time around in. Rook will step back. I like this patience, moving back together as a squad, making the revive, knowing that Nexus are slightly split. It can be difficult to track early on where these players are. Equally, Nexus going to do the same, heal up with those bandages.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, low items, also lower utility is a factor here in the early game too. So Natura, I don't think extended fights are something that these teams maybe also want to take.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Nexus agrees as well. They're already in a formation where they can easily escape. You already see one at the very end of that line already going down, so I really don't think they want this any more than we do. And Rook are going to be quite happy to stay on the defensive and just go, yeah, we showed you, now of our turf and go looting, please.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus, look, they're pushing, and I think that's just down to the Nexus aggressive style.
Yeah.
But for Rook, they are keeping together as a team. And that formation is exactly what we're kind of looking for in terms of these fights. And Sabi has to really be careful here, because if Frozen maybe does not go back a little bit here, they could get themselves caught out. You can see that, unfortunately, here, Rook staying together, they're able to push down. Is Rosa Baby moved one way, the other two members in Infinity also got punished in the back.
Yeah.
So this is really poor here by Nexus when they're trying to go for one side, maybe trying to go for too much on a team that's already safe together.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. They did try and switch from a vertical sort of standpoint on that minimap to a horizontal one, but isn't going to work in this case. Like you said, Rook are just too close together, too well connected. So Nexus, I think now they have to take this one to try and get Infinity. Infinity's not going to be there, and this is just a defense at this point.
Yeah, tried to get through the door. Unfortunately, got caught in the panic, trying to spray those bullets, trying to move around and dodge the incoming fire. Rosa Baby now a little bit awkward here, because I think Rosa Baby wanted to go in through that door, but Molly and the smoke going to try to put some stop to the push as well. So actually, the call from behind was, let's get the revive back through.
Yeah.
It's Infinity will now be put back up, and I think this is a better call here overall to come with that 3-man. I'm surprised that Rook didn't come maybe also from the flank. You can see now that northern side, they found it. That's what they were looking for, is that it will be another gone for Nexus, and it's starting to fall apart, but not if Rosa Baby has anything to say about it. There goes the second, but there's just too many to fire at and too many angles. Infinity, you can see the bandages didn't have time to heal up enough, and already low again. Trying to find a position, goes for the elimination points, but back down the window they go. Will they get baited in? No, they will not. Go back for the revive, trying their best. First aid kit, even on the ground. Blessing here from Infinity to get back to that 75% HP bar. But as they do this, Rook are on the revive. Need to get Shazadi back up as well.
Yes, they do. I mean, what a kind of fight going back and forth there. Rook had a great job just timing that push correctly, but at the same time, was it Infinity? Yeah, just going at it, or Rosa Baby rather, going at it, just getting those 1v1s that kind of pulled them apart a little bit. But yeah, able overall to get there in the end, and Nexus are angry.
The shots. The shots, if they connected, that could have been the angle to go in, but now they've got still that long man for Rook behind all of the rest of them. They can't go in. And that is, I'm afraid, the end, I think, for Nexus of this fight. They're going to have to go back and retreat as two. I say that, though. Infinity getting caught from the other end. Maybe wanted a bit more than they could hope for, and gets caught peeking over that hillside, and with that, now Rook are back on the oppressive. I thought this was over, but it's a third engagement for Rook, and it's down to the over peak from Nexus girls, as unfortunately one, again, the distraction to the real threat, which is the two on the side. The full health member of Rook. And should be the end of Shazadi trying their best, trying to maneuver into a 1v1. Trying to go for it. I mean, the footsteps should give it away if it's just not the angle for it. And maybe even trying to run away. I'm not sure exactly. Shadadi
what's the
doesn't want to jump up just yet. Has been spotted, trying to move around, trying to find one.
She's baiting him down.
Yeah, indeed. They won't be baited, though. Rook will stay together.
Good on him, really. Oh, no.
Yeah, Rook just need to find the angle here. They're trying their best. They do go down. They're trying to move around again, but there's too much to track. They're trying their best, but Shazadi, it was really a lost cause at the end, and Nexus clean up what they came for.
Yeah, do indeed. That was such a weird fight. There were so many decisions in there to keep going back and then leaving and then back again, and then one gets knocked, so you have to go back. And oh my goodness, so many backs and forths there. Well played on both sides, I have to say, in parts. But I think the original thing should have just been for Nexus to just get out of there. It was not worth it, and in the end, it really wasn't, because 0 kills or maybe 1 kill go and out in last.
Yeah. Do you know what I haven't seen, actually? I saw the little penguin dancing there. It was the little companions that you get, you know? I should maybe hold off a tries of Queen Zahir versus Fate. But I really loved the Godzilla one. That was my favorite.
Yes,
I always wanted the
that was such a
Godzilla
cute one.
I can't get it, but I wish I had it. Like,
Yeah.
it's so cute. Like the little dino walk. It just goes, and they like little pit pat
So
the feet.
cute. Yeah, literally. So adorable. Love that. Yeah. I think there's an owl one in now, isn't there? An owl or something? That one I would love to get. Whoa, the buggy!
I mean, he's flying as well. He had an owl, and he was like, "I'm off for flying. I'm gonna become one myself." And then Game Lords, it's Rise of Queens, also still stuck between Fates. A hard place for them. Trying again just to find these angles, these slow fights, these positional-based fights. They are looking for that advantage. A surprise position, perhaps, is unfortunately for Fate a surprise of Blacklight behind them, forcing them back a little bit more as Cake's on the push. Will not stop just yet. As they find it, they will get Italia.
They will. And that's just perfect for Rise of Queens to come on in. That's it. But they gotta be careful of Blacklight. They won't know they're out there, but I think Blacklight have a pretty good spot to actually look over onto this fight at all. So they gotta be careful of that as well.
And that's that big flank, but the snipe shot through from Cake. She doesn't miss. And that's now 2 remaining for Fate. And I think this might just be it. As Fate, yes, are eliminated by Cupquake 2. And maybe not done, though, is Blacklight. You said it, are there in the back. So Rise of Queens could be more worked yet to be done. Game Lord Sirens as well in another fight as they just keep happening versus Humble.
Yeah, it does keep happening, and you gotta love Humble's actual spot over there on the mini-map. You got one way over to the right side there. Great big flank on the side. I mean, Yatem's got a similar position going, but it's not quite as big as Humble's spot, so could see some really, really interesting third-party almost plays coming in that third there. But looks like Game Lord actually might be getting out of dodge. They don't want it. They don't need it. They got their kill, and they are out of there, which I feel Highland is actually a good idea if they need to have a consistent game into the later phase. They've been going out a little too early to really gain much in the leaderboards, so I think this was probably the best idea for them to really sort of try and make sure they get into that endgame.
Indeed. I actually really also like this position through from Blacklight. We also saw it, I think, before, and we were talking about in terms of this hillside you have behind you, these compounds. It's just so powerful, and being able to hold that high ground, also control the compound without being in it, per se, and to stop teams from crashing in as quick. I mean, Varvoice can come in from the other side, but then Varvoice also get themselves pinned in that spot because they can't really move out as easily now that the vehicle has been slowed down to a stop, and they're in a building which is predictable and spottable, and they can track them from there. As Game Lord moving in, though, that aggression maybe won't stop for now, as it will be an nade straight into the face of another Humble member. Sophia will fall, and down to the final 2. Can the duo pull off the upset onto Game Lord? But I don't think they can. There's just too much closeness again, togetherness of Game Lord. They did find one of Diablo going for the revive. This is risky.
It's very risky indeed, but she got Megumi down to 1 health. That's probably the impetus to go, yeah, okay, I nearly had her. She's going to heal up just a little bit. But yeah, here comes the rotation out here. Nice nade, but a little too late there. She comes around the outside.
Yeah, now Humble making the moves. They have to be fast. They have to keep moving on their way. Catch out Game Lord by surprise. That's what they're after. But Megumi's been spotted. Now they're down to 1. They try their best, but there's just too much again to be done about it. Ellie will pick that one up and Humble down in 14th.
Yeah. I mean, that's nearly a squad wipe for Ellie as well. 3 out of those 4 players. I mean, Humble tried their best. They did a pretty good job going in there. And I think actually they chased down Game Lord, if I'm not mistaken, because Game Lord had moved from their position. And now here they are in a different place in a different fight. So it's a nice bit of aggression coming from Humble. And they did play that well. But yeah, Game Lord just played that two together too well, and Ellie had those 1v1s in the bag, so GG's.
Yeah, Gamey Bassi also now looking over Ozerox. Ozerox got this compound a little bit ago. However, Rise also Divas on the outside. Very valuable, I think, as compound in terms of it is along this roadside, so you can catch a lot of information around the mountains as well. It keeps you safe from either end. So being in this side, when the zone does move this way up to a little bit towards that northern end, can be very useful, but it is also equally difficult to move around. Again, you have these teams, when they do come to the mountainsides, they come to the hills, they can catch you out on that building to building rotation.
Absolutely, yeah. It is such a... It's in any sort of... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, she's not seeing the little head popping out on that left side there. No, but it is a hard time in any sort of compound where you have a vantage point from higher up. You know, any of these hills, they are going to look straight down at you. And that was a great bit of horizontal spread going there from Gemibasi to just have eyes on everybody. But they now... Oh no, I was thinking that was them on Armed Family, but no, we've switched over to S2G.
Armed Family completely already ruined by S2G. Down to 1. They get the revive up, but I don't think it's in time because S2G are already here. They already found you again. S2G are on a spree and Armed Family are out.
Well, there goes all my hype of them for the pre-game. Oh my goodness. But, you know, it happens.
S2G, they won the last game, look, like,
That's
in terms
true.
of points, could we say?
Yes.
Like, and
is
they're
true.
they're on fire now, coming up to the end. You know, this is when they get the points, as we said.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh, that's a nice hard shift, though.
True. Not for SUG, though. SUG is a little bit less 15 elimination points, a little bit 1,500 kilometers of running to do.
Yes,
so
that is true.
into that power grid side. It is quite a difficult zone to come in from, however. Now,
Yes.
I think SUG, they might want to wrap around towards that more south side. It is a
agree.
bit of a problem, though, of KSA also probably going to want to do the same and being there already, because that power grid is going to be quite difficult to come from, especially from that more west easterly side, should I say,
Yes.
because you have that little bit of a decline in the terrain and also those open kind of spots. Yes, there's a few ridges, but albeit there's a lot of hard cover that they can use from power grid, from entrance in, to kind of stop you from coming into the compound itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And something you always have to think about as well is if you have, you know, if you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to rotations.
They're going to go for it.
They are going to go for it. I'm surprised because I was going to say always go for the rotation that you know you will also rotate through teams who are rotating themselves. Makes sense. You know that there is going to be a team at Power Grid. They are already situated. They're already set up to gatekeep you. A team like KSA, they are trying to come in themselves, so they don't really have the awareness to actually get a shit and set themselves up all quickly while you're rotating them. So that would have been a better move. But S2G clearly are confident. They want Power Grid.
Indeed, they know what they want, and they may get it, they may not, to be fair, because I don't think that is probably the way that they should be coming in. But SGG, the confidence is there, and that's all we asked for at the start of the day, and they're giving it. So I'm happy that they're giving that confidence to me. It's unfortunately Livion is giving a little bit of a barbecue to us as they will just fall away into the Molotov. Is going back to see even them coming over this mountainside one at a time. They come slowly through, but they are there. KSA have been
STG
spotted
and
too,
KSA.
and Belavia is just going to be donated away to Mercy. It was a choice of who wanted it. Mercy said it's mine.
Yeah, pretty much. Interesting, they didn't actually end up going for Power Grid. They went down to the south. They went for Power Grid instead and got kind of caught out by STG on that rotation as well. So, interesting turn of events for them.
Yeah, I think KSA just really rotated that late, though. I mean, KSA was so much closer in the zone when we saw that zone pop up on the map. And, Ozorox blew it up between the Molly as well. Zera down to really only them is, I think, Hebs will be caught out. They do find one. They do get one elimination point, but immediately into the open arms of another Gimme Bassi member. Loin is there also to support. They're all running them down, and Zara will be the only one left.
Yeah, will indeed. That was going fairly well for Ozorox, though, in a way. They were getting those knocks back and forth just a little bit, but no, it isn't going to be way for them just yet in this game. But S2G down to a duo because Ryza Queens over there, they tried their best to kind of get in, but they've left too many of their angles open to Ryza Queens over there in the Shack Town, or whatever that is actually called. I'm not sure what that's called, Highland.
I would call it. I can't. I think we call it the recycling hill or something.
Right.
Very like it was a bit of like sort of shack of like tin and metal. Really, wasn't it? I mean, Rise of Queens. Still, interestingly, this area is kind of useful to hold on to long range. It's a bit difficult, I think, to hold on when they get closer again. So if SGG can approach, there's that kind of deep ridgeline just it kind of comes off the hill on that side that we can start to use, and it forces Rise of Queens out from the buildings to be able to step over that ridge to also see SGG. Now, if they can hold them there, SGG, they're going to find it very difficult to rotate, and then we even rotate around us. You can see Rise of Queens on that map moving a member down to the south, which I think is a good idea to stop that kind of wider into the zone rotation and around, because phase 5, they would have to do it in a vehicle, could make them vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to be very, very close. Rocks still a solo over there. Zebra just chilling over in those warehouses, way out of zone though. And Game Lord are keeping tabs on what's behind them. So I don't know how long she's actually going to survive there. But Gemibasi, yeah, there she goes. Ellie found her. But Gemibasi, coming in for the backstab onto Game Lord potentially here.
Game Lord though found already the entrance in on one. They can't get rid of Naylor. But will be straight down in to the middle of everyone. Is giving Bassi up full, sending it. They're not going in for anyone. They're going for the center of the zone, and they know what they want. They'll take it as much as they can. There's maybe people there to stop them, though. They can see the damage bars ticking down on them. Game Lord a little bit of a slower approach, but for now, Gaming Bassi are safe enough.
Yeah. Wow. Very, very nicely done, and that is bad news for Game Lord, I have to say, because they've just watched a 3-man team go in front of them and make their chances of actually entering the zone even lower. So they just kind of watched the game slip away from them with Gemibasi going in there. But still is possible for them to do something with this. They are still 3 up, so they have 1 over into the western side of zone, so they're not quite done for yet. But yeah, very disheartening view to kind of have over the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, that solo, keep quiet, keep their head down.
Yes.
Say, look, the 2 members, they're not really going to get in. They maybe can bring out 1 elimination onto Rise Divas, but it's going to be so difficult to do so, to get further in that against all of these teams. You can see the arrows of where the eye lines are, all looking upon Game Lord Sirens. Ellie is down. Diabla's the only one really left here. The zone goes back down towards Game Lord, but they're already out. The zone can't save them. Not this time, as Rise Divas are there to also step further in, grab those eliminations for themselves.
They do indeed, but Rise Divas looking very pretty up on top of that ridge line over to that. Yeah, over right there. Far Voice Gaming, though, as well, they've got to make some pretty quick moves if they want to keep some of that zone, but they're in a potentially really good spot. If they can get rid of Rise Divas to take control of that entire northern side, it could be very good for them, but I don't know that they'll be able to because of Rise Divas' position so high up like that.
Farvoice even now being pushed by Rook.
Yeah.
But Rook Eternal grabs something here. They moved all the way from that initial fight. They did so well. They got themselves 5 eliminations. Blacklight also looking here for their own skirmishes. They are being forced upon. Rook will not give up though. Farvoice stepping back, but Logica is full in and going for it. Into the smoke they go, looking for one. They can't find the spray. They're trying their best, but way too far for the rest of the team to support. Logica's already down, and there goes the second. Rook a bit too eager.
Yeah, just a little bit, just overshot it ever so slightly, and just blind spraying in there. They could have really maneuvered around those smokes to really make it happen, but yeah, just kind of blind shooting through there. Didn't work in this case, which is unfortunate, but you know, admire the commitment, admire the confidence going in there. I think just slightly misplaced. They could have been a little bit more strategic and that, but this opens up quite a bit of room for these other teams to kind of spread out into. I really hope that Farvoice would be able to do that, but I'm not sure that these teams would let them.
It is down to here though. Rise of Queens. You've also got Blacklight here. Even Rise Divas all fighting the full squads for this central position. Rise of Queens putting down even more smoke, so Donate will tickle Cakes down to about 75%. Spray coming through from Mai. They're trying to push him back away from this ridge, but Mai way too far. Gets hit by the nade, gets hit by the ammunition, gets hit by everything. Daddy is there to try follow up, but Leora is already from behind coming in too. They won't be done yet. Rise of Queens trying to disengage, heal up the downed member. But keep in mind, you've also got KSA. A reach is there. They step back too much. They could lose a member to KSA. Lying in wait.
I mean, KSA have done really well actually to stay in the game this far. This is some really good placement points that they really needed.
Yeah, 5th position I think should be what they get, as they will succumb to the play
there
zone.
they go.
But still, a 5th place is a 5th.
Yeah.
And they get the points needed. Rise Divas stepping behind a tree, trying to find Furious Farvoice Gaming here, should I say.
Nice spread as well. Already control that zone.
Got to see if they can move in further. Moving back together. I think
there we go.
Sonya just keeping Farvoice back for now. In that flank again for Rise of Queens, something that they have to be concerned about is Rise just going to hold him. They have the zone, keep in mind. They're trying to hold it as much as they can, which is again why they were pushing Rise of Queens back as far as possible.
Yeah. Were indeed. I mean, even if Rise of Queens don't end up winning this one, 12 eliminations rather. 12 eliminations coming their way. I mean, that's a big, big number to add on to their already pole position. So they're looking very nice indeed, especially when you look at, Demabachi are 2nd place and they're out right now. So the Rise of Queens are quite happy here.
Indeed they are, but it's down to the rest here of Rise Divas. Down to 6th position so far in the standings. They really need these points. They get down at least. That's what they needed to start the fight. Knock down the big team by 1. Cupquake now being revived. Very risky here as Leora steps up for the second shot. Looks to cancel it as now Cakes does accept, but will accept only the retreat. The white flag of Leora is Sonya. Will also be very far away as they meet up for the revive. The zone now coming into phase 8 is coming to a close soon. Nade won't land. Cakes knows surely they have moved by now. Is pushed them back. Nade. Yeah, to the last one. Cakes is the last one alive as well. Rise Divas get that revive off. Crucial to be the duo. Farvoice still also the duo here for themselves.
Yeah.
Can look to steal away this game.
I mean, this is where Farvoice need to rise up, split 1-1, and just take on each of them. Put pressure, at least, on each team. Leora already busy with Cakes. You've got Sonya there on her own. Get one of them over onto Rise. Get the other one skirting around behind Cakes there, and that could be a really interesting Far Voice win, but I just don't think they feel like they're in a position to do so.
Divas for moving in.
Oh, there we go.
Rise Divas find it. They get one. I think it went to Far Voice.
It did.
Is now down to Far Voice on the upper ground. Have the advantage. The zone's closing in. It might have stole this game. Lisa Caramelia looking now for the victory. Elimination onto Sonia. Keeping behind a tree. But the blue zone's pushing them ever closer. Lisa's hunting, has found Sonia, 1v1, but Lisa snipes him down. Caramelia looking for the second, but fires up for the reload. Leora's there on the top. Now the smoke blocks the angle, the eye line. Caramelia uses the smoke through, sprayed down to half HP. Advantage for Leora, finds it with a dropped shot, won't be denied, and Rise Divas take the very much needed win.
Oh dear. My goodness, what a game that was, so closely taken by Far Voice, but not quite enough. It is going to be Rise Divas taking that one. What a game, though. I mean, I'm so glad that Far Voice were able to kind of rally and get all that kind of positioning and strategizing down. But Rise Divas really coming back in there with that 2v2 and the 2v1, and very, very well done to them. 7 eliminations, another not huge amount of kills going their way, but 17 points will be enough.
Exactly what they needed, being in that 6th position. They needed a big game. Now Miramar was the time to do it, with still another opportunity of game to go, and those points still to pick up after. Absolutely. But for the rest of Rise Divas, I think this should help them also with the confidence too, because I think they were getting a little bit down on that confidence. We weren't seeing the dominant team that we saw on that first day until this game.
That's true. That's very true. So a really nice win coming through from them. Hopefully, like you said, that is a little bit of an impetus to get really, really into it on the Sandhawk game now. Excuse me. But Far Voice as well. I saw a little bit of hesitancy there. That sort of the plane. No, not the plane. The terrain. There we go. The terrain just wasn't very confidence giving at all, and I would have loved to see just a little less hesitancy coming from them, a little bit more of a momentum coming forward from them, a bit more of a timing coming from them, and we might see that in the Sandhawk, because they did do that in the end, and it did get them somewhere. So hopefully this last game is something that will be able to allow them to actually maximize that potential there.
Yeah, I mean, also Rise of Queens, they still get the top spot overall in that game. Those 13 eliminations, a disgusting amount of eliminations coming through from them once more. But still, you can't deny that win. And that chicken dinner still going to Rise Divas, grabbing that second, grabbing it with also 7 elimination points. And Game Lord, you wanted to do so much more. And they get that 3rd position for themselves with the 9 eliminations.
Yeah, a great result from Game Lord for a team that's been having a sticky situation after sticky situation. It's really nice for them, even though in the end they did go out to a sticky situation, to at least get those 9 points on the board first for placement points as well there. It's just looking really, really nice boost for them.
Yeah, and here, Cakes, Ellie, Delphia, Laura and also Lisa, they're on the top 5 for the most limbs in this Miramar match. 5 much more spread out though, I think, between these teams. No crazy 10 eliminations that we saw like the last time, but still what is consistent is Rise of Queens on these most limbs. Every single game, I think, tonight we have seen at least one of their players on this top 5.
Yes, we have. And that's so nice to see as well. You know, not being biased or anything, but, you know, Rise of Queens are our first winners of the tournament in season 1. So it's really nice to see them come back and still be doing really, really well. I mean, more than really, really well. They're top of the poll again. So, you know, it's really just nice to see them come back and have a really, really good game and be in that MVP place.
Indeed, as we check out though that damage graph to see how much was done, I'm ready for it. How much is it going to go up to the skies? There it goes. Almost 3,000 damage. It couldn't have done 13 more, Riser Queens. If we could ask for anything, 3k.
Honestly.
It almost was there, but 13 eliminations. You cannot ask for really much more in a game than this.
No, you really can't. Fantastic work from them. So good to see them really coming back, because even, the first couple of games of tonight, we were seeing them kind of go out kind of early, kind of fizzle out, I feel is like a really great phrase for they've been kind of doing. They've been kind of like just fizzling out. But it's really nice to see them back on board here. And again, they just dwarf everybody else, but everybody else had a decent game. Look at this. 7 kills for Rise Divas, 6 kills for Rook there. Of course, Game Lord stealing at least 1 or 2 there, seeing based on those graphs, and Farvoice as well, getting a little bit of a steal going. But overall, such great performances from multiple teams here for Miramar.
Yeah, everyone on that elimination board but one. Unfortunately, like Livion, they had to be one, but they could get more points in the next game. It's Trick Evo's overall standings, 129 points. There's S2G climbing up there now into second position. Will it even dethrone that second spot of Gemi Bassi? So they are climbing, and it is to be said that they probably won't catch first, but can they solidify that second position for themselves? So shall I say Rise Divas, right? Also moving up to 5th, so they can maybe look to try claim that third spot back by the second day. Only 6 points between those 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. I mean, second and third tied right now. 2 points between third and fourth now. So it's just very, very close. Starting to see the battle kind of shift to a battle for third, a battle for second, a battle for first.
Indeed.
Coming up on top there with only one more game to go tonight, and then I guess only 7 overall coming in. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for teams to really come into second and third, or really challenge that spot. But second and third is certainly in the room.
Yeah, I mean, really, second and third place is what you want to be. I mean, it is quite close. You could even argue there's teams just slightly below that 6th position, one good game away, as we know from getting into that top series of spots too. So a lot now lies down to this next and final game of day 2 to set themselves strong for the final day later next week. It will be Sandhawk though, so it could be chaotic. We'll have to see how it all goes down though after a short break.
Greetings to the fans of PUBG Mobile. Finally, it's time to kickstart the second season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. This time, it's even bigger. We have a whole new format designed to raise the competition level. As the level rises, so does the prize pool. A whopping $4,000 and 200,000 UC will be at stake for the teams to battle it out and claim. On top of that, we also have expanded the participating regions. There will be 4 regions in competition. Western Europe, Turkey days from March 6th to March 9th. Only one team will emerge victorious and dethrone the reigning champions Rise of Queens from the last season. Stay tuned to our social media accounts to learn more about PMEWL.
face, superhero vibes, yo. Put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile League. Y'all been here for hopefully the entire evening, but we're here almost ready for our final game of the evening. It's going to be Sandhawk Island.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, the Rumble in the Jungle is back once more to end off the stream. But you as well at home, don't forget, you've got the Catchy Shop, Neptua.
Yes. Yes, you do. Let me tell you about the Catchy Shop here real quick. There we go. Yeah, Catchy Shop is trusted by millions of gamers around the world. And with their discounts and promotions, you will always find a great deal in the Catchy Shop. You can use multiple payments as well, payment methods rather, to purchase items in Catchy Shop on both Android and iOS devices. So the choice is yours. Do you need more UC? It is time to visit the Catchy Shop. Go ahead and do that now while we wait for this game to start up.
Indeed, and I think honestly, great deals there on game top-ups. Able to have those as well with Catchy Shop, so definitely get an eye on your link down below in the description and get purchasing, but also get your eyes on this final game, Nepture.
Yes.
That's what the two eyes, I've got them glued down onto Sanhok. If you got your two eyes glued on Sanhok as well, the like gorilla glue, you know, like that type of stuff, like the hard stuff. That's what you need for the Sanhok game.
You really do. You do. It is so much fun, so intense. You're not gonna want to miss a thing. So like, don't even blink. You know, if you can do that, don't blink.
Who needs blinks? Like, just put chopsticks. Like, yeah, like not. What was it, like? You know, it's like cocktail sticks. That's what it was.
Yeah, matchsticks. Yeah.
You need big eyes for chopsticks.
Might be a bit pointy.
They might be. I saw Mr. Bean do it though in one film, so
really?
surely if Mr. Bean does it, like, you know, what could go wrong? Like, don't do it, please.
Yeah.
Do not do it. I don't condone it.
Okay. Ooh, interesting, Highland. I'm not seeing any real hot drops here. Maybe Paradise, but really anything going on.
Yeah, true. A little bit quiet, I think, to be fair, to be said. Where are Nexus again? Nexus girls, where are you? Where's the first blood?
Literally, we count on you guys now, and it's just not there.
I know. Yeah, KSA though, they got our back for Sandhawk. I believe in them. Like, but it's actually, there we go, Livion. We said that they had no damage last time. They heard me this time for this game. And unfortunately, for Farvoice, they are the victims of First Blood this time. Lisa will be already at an early night for Lisa.
It is an early night, yeah. She can go right to bed. She can get a good night's sleep. But yeah, that's a shame for Lisa. Really good fragger there for the team. So that's a bit of a win indeed. But Le'Veon, they're going to be quite happy with that one little kill, and they're going to be moving on into this bridge area, which we talked so much about, just skimming that little palm tree.
True. But it would have been cooler if they flipped into the palm tree. That would have been
I
like
agree.
just the 180 flip. And then it flips back because it hits the palm tree with so much force, but it comes straight back down onto the ground again.
I
See,
agree.
like, it's just a tricks. They're missing out on potential. The potential was there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But KSA, hello, got Paradise to themselves this time around. I mean, a little low Logica down there on the other side of Far Voice Gaming as
Yeah.
well. So things are happening. It's just very, very quiet. Everybody's decided that, maybe now the pressure's getting to them just a little bit. They're going, okay, we really need to buckle down and think about this and for those early engagements, which is fair. But on Sandhawk, I think it's the wrong map to start doing that on.
Yeah, I also okay, I think with KSA's split that they've got going on, of course you do need to split around the side of Paradise Resort to make sure you don't get basically sniped up and assassinated from one end of Paradise Resort. It is very difficult to hold the position once again. Some people are inside the compound itself. I also think it's pretty chill here for Blacklight, quite frankly. They do have, of course, on family just slightly above on that boot camp hill, but they won't be able to put realistically a knock, maybe at most in terms of pressure onto the rest of Blacklight. They should be completely fine.
Yeah, should be all good to go on that front. And really, our family, unless they want to just kind of them, they're not going to be able to do much from that position either. It's just too far to really confirm any knocks unless somebody is silly and goes way out in the open. Really not going to be really happening. But rather than S2G on this side, it's Gemabasi with Humble Dolls this time around. Interesting.
Yeah, Humble Dolls looking though for that nade. Almost finds purple. Could have been useful, but I mean, also even there, they do have Alina could also just be revived. Purple gonna take that med, slow down the push at least for now. Has given their position away. You can see that they're cooking up. Melina a grenade on top. Yeah, Nab will find it. At least a half of the HP gone now. Megumi pushed back as well. On family took a knockdown to Blacklight, so they did get a bit too hasty in around that boot camp hill.
Yep. Did a little bit, but I did see them just kind of come over the top of the hill, so now I think they're watching fight happen. And I love on the minimap we're seeing just Humble just kind of back into the bushes over there. They're just moving out of the way ever so the real focus is on these buildings here, and rightly so. Interesting 3-1 split on either side. The 3-1 split itself is not really doing anything for the team on either side except engaging each other in a 1v1. So it's producing kind of a net zero going on there, which is really interesting result of. But in the end, I think Gemabachi aren't going to risk it. They're pulling back ever so slightly on this one.
Humble have pushed him away for now with the smokes, also just going to slow down the push there from Humble Dolls, sending out an initial nade onto the front, smoke grenade to block out that entrance. Going to come through the window instead here. Gary Bassi. Remember, it's only one here, Sophia. The rest are on the flank side for trying to pincer him on a 2-2. Gets a little bit chipped early on. Some extra damage for themselves, but it won't stop them, at least for now. They lose one, they lose two, but where's the support? They're still stuck on Milena, and now the rest, Sophia's going down as well. Megumi needs to get in there through the smoke. They pass by each other, and Megumi missed completely. A whiff, not exactly the time for it, as Kiki now left alone. Kiki's done magic before, but can they do it again here on Sandhawk? Misses the nade. Misses a molly.
Yeah.
Purple moving around the side. Kiki slowing it down, healing back up, understands the patience is there. And now Purple going through, gets sprayed behind the door, will not fall
No,
for
she's
it.
gonna get the
Now
res.
goes for the revive. Kiki needs to get in there. Kiki needs to go. Cooks up the nade, goes
Still
wide,
not there.
and they miss it. It's back down another. Smoke for Purple gives away the position. Can Kiki bounce one in? Will miss for now.
Oh,
Doesn't get the angle in. Needs to go off the other window.
there we go.
Gets it, and that should be it. That should
No,
be
it
them.
bounced.
It's now behind them, though. Has to be careful, but it missed. It must have hit the wall. The smoke protects them. They couldn't angle it in properly. And Kiki is now in a real issue.
Yep. Yeah, she boosted up all the way after that, but thought she was there. She almost was. Oh,
Rise of Queens as well versus the unfortunately end of Ozorox. Hard day, I think, for Ozorox here. Struggling in this group, but I mean, really, everyone has been struggling at the hands of Rise of Queens. 4 eliminations for them as they continue their dominance. Humbled also need to stay alive in this game. They need these points, and Kiki needs to keep them there. But it chases on as Fate will also lose another. Blacklight find a big snipe.
True. And the nade goes out in the end. That's a shame. Humboldt going out there. That was a very turn of events. That initial push. That was very weird. Lots shows you the power of smokes. You know, you get very confused very easily. You don't know who's who. You can pass by your enemy and they shoot you in the back, which is never fun, but it is sometimes what happens here. But Rise Diva's losing one early. I don't think we saw that on screen, actually. So O'Daddy going out very quickly indeed. And S2G, that's a hard... QBZ 4 times. That tried it. That is gutsy.
Look, I mean, she has the guts more than me, because I would not even pick up the 4 times range.
Right, exactly.
As you know. Like, the hermit life is the best life, as I said before, you know? Just chill. I mean, maybe, like, actually, I just need a ghillie suit. That's what I need, actually. Because then I can be outdoors with you, and you can snipe people for me, and I can watch.
Yeah.
I can be like, you know when they have, like, the observer who checks the wind in, like, exactly the distance, you know, and measures it with the little book? I can be that guy for you. Like, basically just give me the win. Like, boost me as
Carry
well.
you.
Like,
Oh, goodness. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Oops. Sorry, excuse me, one moment.
Oh, it's okay. I've got you covered. It's Blacklight coming in at 100 miles an hour into the thing, into the building. They're going in. It's okay. And we're back.
We're back. We're back. Thanks for the care on this one. Oh, goodness me. But yeah, S2G now bouncing about that hilltop there. Got a pretty good view. They're very spread out. But it is working because it's so empty. They're able to do that a little bit more, spread out a little bit more. But tell you what leads to this, you know, if you might have ways that some teams would just go way far, you know, a split way too far spread out. But one thing that really keeps spreads together is not so much the distance, but the communication between that, you know, the backup between those points. Now, obviously, sometimes too far is too far. There is a point where you go, okay, that is too far. But, you know, in a spec S2G has which far, but some might feel like that. It's the communication that's keeping that together. There's a little net there they've created just through talking about and giving info about where they are. So that's another kind of aspect to think of when you're making big spreads like that is, do you have the communication to actually make this work or not? And if you don't, just come back a little bit closer together to where you're able to.
Yeah, here, Game Lord Sirens as well. Slight overlooking Blacklight. Diavla peeking over Diavla. Needs to be careful. Almost going down. As that tree is the only thing protecting him for now. The angle's trying to move around to find the shots as the smokes come through. Syringe being used. And the adrenaline put in onto Game Lords. I'm still thinking back to what you said. I think I'm getting hungry because I think you said spread, and I was thinking like you spread it on the toast, and I was thinking like the jam and like the peanut butter, and then you said like too much spread, and I was like, but you know, like when you get too much butter, you're like too much stuff, and you have to like take it off again, like or like
nah, just eat it.
But I'm more of like a brown seeded toast kind of guy. Like I don't know about you, like
no, my sister, I'm not, but I have like an aversion to like sesame and things, which are often in those things, so I just like stay away from it. It's not my thing. I'm, white bread as white as I am because I am like pasty as heck. So, if we match skin color tones, then we're good to go on that one.
Look, I mean, white bread is pretty good for like a sausage sarnie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
a sausage sandwich, white bread is. But as KSA ladies, they're trying to be the queens right now versus Livia on Eternity. They're not doing it. I mean, props to them. They try their best. April and in a reach of air, they're coming back in. The zone is behind though, Livion. So it could be an angle. It maybe KSA trying to come behind, catch him off guard. April's on this big flank. It's on a big mission, but shoots too early. Shoots too early. Now they know that they're there. Do they even know that they're there? They're not moving.
Oh, no!
This is very awkward. April thought that they might know and then stopped, but I don't think Livion were aware.
No, I don't. They are now just a little bit, but
for sure now.
That's so frustrating. They had it in the bag there. That was going to be a fantastic angle around the back, and she just went a little too early. Now they're aware on both fronts, and Livion actually are able to use this and do this as a full squad like they were before. So KSA in a good spot right now.
A reach. Holding on, though, to that angle.
They are.
The zone about to close in. So they're going to try hold Livion here.
Interesting.
Very hard to do. 2vs4, but Livion are moving slowly out. They've got no four nades here. They could use one. I think they should have. I think they needed to. April down as well, rushed away. Maybe just a little bit too hesitant on the utility there. Could have used it to slow down Livion, allow that zone a bit more time to come and pressure them.
Absolutely, yeah. Just too hesitant on that. Too hesitant on Livion's push as well. She saw the one come out. That should have been an instant, but she didn't. She waited, and that wait actually gave her minutes to deal with rather than that one. And then they all just came pouring out on them. They saw they had no opposition. So that's a shame. But yeah, just a little bit more of an instantaneous response would have been crucial there.
Yeah, Riser Queens still also very comfortable position on this quarry hill, looking very good. I mean, only really the hard zone shift could make this awkward, but even then, I mean, they still don't have anyone near them. There's a lot of up or down space to go for them. There's not going to be much of a contention.
No.
So I think Riser Queens pretty chilling right now. Just kind of looking for those extra eliminations.
Absolutely. Oh, looks like 5 Hours Gaming might have some company fairly soon, though. Just seeing Rise Divas just rise up from the background over there. But yeah, as far as Rise of Queens are concerned, they're kicking back and relaxing for the fate. To them, they're chilling.
Yeah, Black Light as well. Moving forward in onto that more northern side of the zone. Closing in now, already into stage 4. Is teams beginning to tighten up towards that center. A lot of, I think, a little bit of hesitancy, I think, on teams to move closer to the center. I'm not used to this. See, I come from, like, casting the Arabian region where we all kind of just go in. We just kind of center up, like, stage 3, stage 4. But I like this way of playing. I always like when teams play a little bit towards the edge of the zone, but it's then about controlling when you move in and controlling the position of how you move in. Do you have the space to do this kind of edge play? Do you have the time to do so, first of all, as well, to get in onto the zone later? In where are you going to? What is that planet you want to... What are you going to achieve when you get there? Are you going to a high ground place? Are you going to a ridge, low ground, into a bunker?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many, questions to be answered. Every single rotation you make in, and edge is definitely viable. I love playing edge, but you've got to make sure to have a path in because the zone is not going to be your friend for very long on those edge rotations. So it's difficult, much like it's difficult to sit on top of a rock and heal yourself.
Yeah, I'm not sure what SGG were really hoping for then. They just wanted to let everyone know that they were healing. They're like, hey, guys, I'm healing, by the way. Like, I'm low health. Just don't shoot me. Help me, please. Like,
yeah, not sure what was going on over there, but there it is. They're down to 3. Maybe they watch, they're like, yeah, it's too easy.
Exactly.
Give it some.
They just wanted that. It's past their bedtime. Like, they needed to go to bed now. Like, it's exactly
True.
what it was. Yeah.
Goodness, though, Blacklight on and with game at the same time, looking. I can't tell. Oh yeah, it's actually Blacklight because Godlight weren't in the zone a minute ago. They were actually outside of it, but they have had to move in, and Blacklight aren't faring so well because of this. And now Honey, one of two for Levion, is behind them. So things about to get real bad for Blacklight.
Yeah, Blacklight need to move in a little bit here, making sure that they're continuing this push into the zone. They can't be denied this space by Game Lords. Malak gets behind the rock indeed. Exactly what we need to do. Now they've got front man. Now they can apply the pressure. They can even find a knock with the second nade. But they do have to be careful. Khalees is charging at one of her own. Can Lisa find it?
Oh,
second one out. Finds him again. That's right on target. Malak does not miss with the nades in this game.
Very nicely done indeed, but she's got such a precarious spot. 28 seconds until the zone comes in as well, and Lisa doing some nice stuff there, but oh, Diablo going down. That's going to be a very nice advantage for them to push on up.
Indeed, now is Lisa moving in, finds one for now. Stops the push, but they have lost Diablo. Lisa stepping out, doesn't go back in for it, thinks twice about the move in as they see two members. Malak moves out of the molly as well. Now Lisa moving in, but they can't find a pinch. There's still another member of Blacklight behind them, and they're trying desperately to move out the way. Blacklight bounces an aid back into the blue zone. There's Damaz as well, moving around into a new position. Is all the meanwhile the revive happening for Game Lords. Lisa's trying to buy time. Now on the defensive for Game Lords is Danaz. They're the one with Blacklight on the oppressive. Lisa almost down again. And it just feels like Game Lord are trying their best, but they are slowly being whittled away by Blacklight in this never-ending assault. They will almost find another one. There it comes. Danaz will be able to find the last shot onto Diablo. Once more, they go down. Lisa is there. The blue also peeking in. Danaz survives. How do they do it? Finally, they'll fall, but Lisa will give the position away. Malik now goes in for the hunt. The tree saving Lisa for the meanwhile, using maybe the body if they can of Diablo, but Lisa's been found. They've been stopped. Malix secures Game Lord's demise.
Honestly, what a play by Blacklight. I love what I've been seeing from them today. Such great rotations in fight. That's such a hard thing to do. You know, get those angles, get those positions going. Such great teamwork coming in from Blacklight today. I didn't really notice in day one, so a huge step up for them, and they played that perfectly against Game Lord. Just very, very, very well done from them. Sheesh.
Yeah, Rise of Queens here as well. Moving down from the quarry into this zone is Fate Esports. Sarah on the edge of the rock. And family, two behind. Zone coming in though. Stage 6, no, they have to make this move. No, but they have to be pressured. They come in from behind. Use phase rock themselves. Sarah instantly popped by the rest of Armed Family. And that will be them out. The solo gone. Rise of Queens will also find the last member of Rise Divas. They will also be eliminated away. It's Kemi Bassi, the next on the menu. Cakes has not stopped delivering the bullets to everyone, as it will be only another in the pocket of Rise of Queens.
It will indeed, and in just until 2 seconds ago, they were still a full squad. I mean, there is nothing stopping these girls at all, except Purple, apparently. 2 now for her.
Their color purple is dastardly, and they wear purple. It is a matching color. The synergy is real. Kemi Bassi, they finally hit their 100s.
And 11 eliminations as well. So Purple on nominations since when? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they could have even secured 10. Their own family are down another. They found a knock, but they get behind cover in time. Looking for the stairs. They find it. They do. There it goes. But it's to the side of Livion. Livion secured that elimination. Where are they in all of this?
Out in the blue, so on top of the mini-map over there. How rude.
Purple finds the next, though. Will not be stopped from number 10 for now. Aya behind a rock. Oh, this nade could be everything. If they can land it. Geometry class. Did you pay attention to it? Did you get it right? Yes, they did. Alita's down. And Tyre's down. There's 11 for purple. Cakes is on the next nade in. Can they get this one as well? No, they will miss.
A little short.
Purple, 1v2, looking for the nade themselves, Riser Queens, they find it. They tried their best, Purple, but 11 is all they can get. Riser Queens, the third chicken dinner of the day here, Neptura, 2 in a row. It is dominance from the former reigning champions.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what are Riser Queens on, man? It's insane work from them. Another 12 that's got to be over 30 eliminations today, day 2.
By far and large. In those games alone.
Yeah. It's insane. Insane to have those kind of performance we were used to seeing from them season 1. It's so nice to see them back on top form. I think I gotta stop saying they're fizzling out and things like that. I mean, no longer is the case here. Day 2, they are ready to go. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, look, as well, they've got one more opportunity before we end the stream. Neptura, where can they go to get that top-up reward?
KG Shop. Go get KG Shop for the top-up rewards. Oh, yes, that. Get topped up. Be as glamorous girls in your game. So very, very, very cool stuff over there. So go check that out in the description if you want to go do that. But yeah, Rise of Queens there with the 22 points. I mean, sheesh, man.
Yeah, and that's how you do it. You shop, and then you look as swish and as swag and as rich as Rise in a 22-point game. Exactly what you need to do. Is even though Gemi Bassi popping off Purple was on another level this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic work from them. Just such a cool result for the end. I mean, what hype there must be in the chat right now, you know, just watching Purple go off on everybody with those nades, with the weapons and everything. My goodness me, 13 eliminations, fantastic. And Livion, where did they come from to get those 9?
Yeah, I mean, still a lot to come through as even Purple gets that 11. Cakes also grabbing that 5 eliminations, right? As well as Malik, 4. And yeah, Livion getting those 4 extra eliminations from Nani as Cupquaker, also getting those 3 again. I mean, Rise of Queens on that leaderboard. But still, to be fair, Gaming Bassi have been doing the same. Purple, though, stands out, I think, with those 11 eliminations. Alongside, I think, Aya, in terms of Arm Family, those two have been on fire in terms of their performances.
Absolutely. And Purple, Purple has been a beloved member of the fragging community for a while now, and she's just showing us exactly why. I mean, what a result for the final game. And she can go to bed tonight very happy with her performance. I mean, if it's not the best day overall for the team, that result for her, I know, is insane.
Yeah, I think that's the purple graph is what we're looking at right now for Gemi Bassi. I mean, even outscaling the damage done by Rise of Queens, but a consistent damage done, to be fair, by Rise of Queens to 1,400 damage to the 12 eliminations that they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blacklight doing some phenomenal work in terms of damage, but somebody's been stealing their kills, Rise of Queens.
Yeah, Livion still as well getting those eliminations too and getting no damage.
Yeah.
Went from 0 now to 1300, and I think it shows the chaos sometimes in terms of these groups, right? Is a team can go down from having a bad performance to them being near the top of that leaderboard the next game. So it is a lot up to play for when it comes to these teams still fighting for that top 3 position. As you can see, Rise very far ahead now.
Yeah.
But it is Gemi Bassi with Purple's help back into second position. And how we started a day once more. It comes back with, again, Rise Divas as well in that third spot. So exactly how we began.
Yes, that's so weird.
Not the same number of points.
No, not at all. And it's down even to like the ties. Like third and fourth are currently tied. So S2G, though they didn't have a great run this time round, or this game, still got plenty to play for coming in to day 3 on Tuesday now. But very, very well done to all of these teams. They've been playing so well so far in those points, but it is starting to get a little bit more distant, Highland.
Yeah, it's starting to get a lot of distance. I mean, also, you gotta keep in mind that head-to-head at the end of the day. I mean, no surprise, Purple versus Delphia. Delphia has been popping off in terms of the performance for her team in Rise of Queens, but Purple, there is absolutely no surprise today that they were on there after that 11 elimination game. I think a majority of those stats probably coming from that final Zanhog match.
Exactly. But hang on, Purple got 31 eliminations today.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is insane. I mean, to be fair, it's overall. Okay, we've been informed it's overall. Whoops. But it's still, for a single person in 8 games, or rather 12 games, to get 31 eliminations, I couldn't do that. Yeah. There ain't no way.
I mean, I would be happy if I got past 16th position for me. I don't know about you, but like 31 eliminations, that's for someone else's position to take.
Yes, exactly. That's just insane so far. So that battle for the MVP spot is rough because Delphia, she's not too far behind here.
And Delphia definitely hunting it with the rest of her team as well. In general, all of Rise of Queens, any of them could have been up there, but Delphia definitely has been the one really in terms of the fracking power to push that team forward in the eliminations that they've got today.
Yeah, fantastic work. Really, really good stuff. Oh my goodness, Highland, it has been such a day, hasn't it? Oh my goodness.
What a day. I mean, I asked for the action at the start of the day. I asked for the chaos. I asked for the entertainment. Yeah. I got it. I'm happy with what I got at the end of today. But that was all 6 games. That was the second day of Group A here at the PUBG Mobile EU Wonder League. Myself, Hannah Wolf, Neptura beside me. It's been a pleasure casting with you once more, Neptura, but it has to come to an end. And we will see you guys along with Neptura Majesty tomorrow for Group B, Day 2 at the same time, same place. We'll see you then.
See ya.
hero vibe. So put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna spaces. So